Tracy, thank you for joining us here around the Joint Housing Action Plan, and Bob, I'll hand the floor over to the two of you.
Good morning all. So we're here to talk about the Joint Housing Action Plan and the results of Phase 1. So I believe it was last year this council resolved to endorse Phase 1, which is very much exploration of various options around how to look at social and affordable housing and the housing crisis overall. We have Tracy next to me who will go through the presentation, but we also have Rodney online, who's an economist who prepared some of the numbers as part of the report. So there are ability to ask questions in that space if you have them. Just about the format of today, so we'll present about 15-20 minutes, then there'll be an opportunity for some general Q&A, but I will draw your attention to page 18, which has a whole lot of range of options, and we're, I guess, here to gauge the appetite of governance to see what options may or may not be progressed into Phase 2.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. I will kick off. Just as a view, I think Robert's covered all of this, but really what we're trying to do is act as a sifter and start looking at what are those particular actions you would like more energy put onto before you commit to anything in particular. So we'll come back to these, but it would be great if by the end of the session we get a feel for, have we given you enough information, and which ones would you like more information on to look to potentially progress, and we'll feed that back so through the partnerships. Just so you're aware, we're doing this presentation to partners, and we'll be looking to feed back a collective view about what could be progressed. So we will return to these ones. And again, I love a picture, so it's the funnel, so where we've started in terms of, just so that you're aware, a Housing Action Plan's been on the partnership agenda for, I think, since 2018. And to be frank, I think it's hard, and it's been in potentially the too hard basket. So it has been picked up, and we've taken the approach with this that look under every rock to see what levers local government could choose to do, but we need to start funneling that down so that we're using your resources and support wisely. So that's where we're aiming to get to. Just in terms of the context of the spatial plan, we just all pull back to why are we here, and I guess seeking that reassurance that the Housing Action Plan is a part of a range of work to support those key opportunities, with the key one being that it's the sum of the parts that will really get us rocketing. So that's our purpose. You may remember this one from Lucy a wee while back in terms of the housing problem. I think just here it's really important to note that we are working alongside the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. So the work that's happening, which we're very urban growth and urban focused, but absolutely understanding we're part of a continuum, and with our rural areas and all the other aspects across Canterbury. So we are working alongside the Mayoral Forum and supporting their work, and vice versa, they're supporting ours as well. So again, without spending too much time, since we last came, things aren't great and are continuing to worsen. So I guess the imperative to consider remains, and there are some of the indicators there. So I guess these are just to really distill down what we found as part of the investigation was the housing is essential infrastructure, that partnering with our not-for-profits who are really skilled in this space is the way forward. Great thing is that partners do have real flexibility of choice of options, so you can pick the course that you would like to travel on, which is really important, and also that partners can influence affordable housing. Were our key takeaways. So to help kind of group those, along the top, we've got the pro-housing policies, which we'll spend a little bit of time on what might that mean and what might that look like with some examples. Leveraging land opportunities, so again, looking and saying, are there land opportunities for sale or peppercorn that could be utilised by the housing sector? Our community housing, and maintained, I think, importantly, in perpetuity, so that there isn't a one-off gain has happened with previous schemes. Funding and financing is another real opportunity, and equally so is influencing. So we, through this work, have been working with the Community Housing Aotearoa Te Waipunamu group, and they are very keen, very interested to see what's happening in this workspace, and certainly to work collectively on how we can influence change, particularly with our government partners. So inclusion rezoning. So I will just at this point welcome Rodney Yeoman, so that he is our expert who has come along. And what we've tried to do is consider all of the levers that we've got, but put them in an economic context. So it's just a scenario, but it's in a scenario that allows you to have some context. And I'm certainly going to be pulling on Rodney's expertise when it comes around to the questioning. But inclusion rezoning at a very high level says, and if you think about it as a value capture tool, basically, so it seeks to use some mechanisms to say there is some value in being able to do subdivision at whichever scale. And so inclusion rezoning is an opportunity to capture some of that value and invest it in housing in perpetuity. So it is not something it is happening informally in Queenstown, which we can talk a little bit more about later, but it certainly is very common overseas and at varying levels. So that is a concept that we're really happy to talk more through. But this is really even though it looks a slightly complex slide, this is probably the most useful one. So what we did through those levers is sit and say, well, okay, that's fine, but how could they actually impact on housing? And so with the chart on the left-hand side, we've got the ones that relate to inclusion rezoning, which is in the pinky colour. The blue ones are some of the other levers in terms of targeted rates and funding initiatives, and the bottom ones are around that DC area. So they were the ones that were selected as part of phase one to consider further. Now, sitting on top of the chart is obviously on the left-hand side, what level of affordable housing at those points would it actually deliver? And on the bottom axis is which ones are easiest to implement and have the biggest dollars. So very obvious that, and often the way of the world, that the things that are most likely to give us the biggest output are the most difficult and can potentially be the most expensive options. So you'll see those plotted in the right-hand side, and inclusion rezoning sits in that space. And the medium yield are the things around local government funding, potential targeted rates, and that starts to have some impact, circa on the far right column with the new affordable housing, so that's over a 10-year kind of estimated space, and then easier to implement relatively low yields. I might just pause, because we're going to have questions later, but I might just pause and at this point invite putting Rodney on the hot spot to perhaps just highlight anything in particular, and then maybe at this point ask any questions around this aspect, or would you rather come back to that? Okay. So just, Rodney, anything that you'd like to add to that?
So yeah, Tracy's done a good job of explaining this figure. It looks complex, but really what it's showing you is the quantum of affordable housing that could be produced from each of these different policy options. And then put alongside that on the axis along the bottom is how easy it would be to implement those options. So yeah, she's correct. Obviously, generally the ones that have the biggest impact will be the hardest to implement, and the inclusionary zoning, which are the ones to the right-hand side, the pinky coloured area, have been relatively hard to implement in New Zealand, and Queenstown recently went through a process of trying to codify their policy in their district plan, and that was recently rejected. They are apparently trying again, but yeah, no other council has gone down that route yet. But I think that's enough for now. You can ask questions later on particular policies within that matrix. But yeah, thank you, Tracy.
Thanks, Rodney. So we'll come back to that. Just in terms of where we're at, just reinforcing that we are talking to all our partners, and the plan from here is at the March GCPC meeting, because we'll have only just finished the briefings at a very high level, we'll be sharing kind of the context and feedback we got across all partners. with a view then to go, okay, which ones should we be considering based on that feedback to look at stage 2 investigations, and well, not investigations, but how would we implement? Because of course a lot of them would have implications that mean they need to be discussed as part of annual plans and long-term plans, but it's actually saying what are the steps that we would need to take, and equally which are the ones that we would not progress further at this stage. So again, powering through that is the discussion and any questions at this point, and they're probably back to those key questions. I guess one thing, and Robert's going to speak to this slide, what we've done in a table form is look at some of these options which we'll work you through, but just to highlight, the ones in purple are the ones that really need all partners to advocate on to be effective. The ones that are in, make sure I get this the right way around, the ones that are in yellow can be done autonomously. Each council can choose to pick and choose those ones. The blue ones are the same, but have more effect, particularly in terms of market signals if they are done collectively. So we've tried to kind of give a little bit of guidance in that space.
Cool. Thank you, Tracy. So before we move through that one by one on that, any questions you can ask on any of the content before we move into appetite?
Just on the graph that's here in front of us, we've got the monetary contributions at 2% or the land contribution at 5%. Is there a reason why those numbers are picked and they're not 5 and 5 or 2 and 2?
Might get you to answer that, Rodney.
Yep, yeah, I'll take that. So it's based on the Queenstown policy option. So the 2 and the 5 is what they were already doing in the district, but it was voluntary, and it was for greenfield only. So basically they would negotiate with each developer on a case-by-case basis to get 2 and 5%, and they were getting those levels. And then the 4 and 5 is the 2 and 5 for all development. So that's the high one there in the table. That's what they were trying to get through in their district plan change, which they were unable to do recently. So that would have meant that it was mandatory and would also apply to infill intensification as well.
And
so that, oh, sorry.
Thanks, Rodney. What legislation, is it the RMA that's the problem for the district plan, for their district plan at the moment, or what's the key bit of legislation that would need to change that would enable this to be done easier for us?
In this particular case, the decision by the commissioners was that the council didn't have enough evidence to support the change. So I would advise, if you do go down this route, you would want to do a very robust assessment of the options. As an example, they said the council should have probably considered targeted rates, which is one of the ones in the blue there, as an alternative option. So rating everyone in the community, not just people who are building houses. And so I would advise that you would want to consider a range of options and also have a robust set of evidence before you go to a commissioner to get a decision. It wasn't that it was impossible to get through the RMA, it was just that you need to do a fair amount of work.
Thank you, Tracy.
So just adding to that, so I've obviously discussed this with my Queenstown colleague, and exactly as Rodney said, it was actually under the RMA it met all of those tests. It was really around, have you considered all of the options? And it was found that the evidence in terms of looking at things like targeted rates really closely to say, well, how would that compare to the outcomes you're seeking to utilise under this methodology? So my understanding is that they are looking to continue with that evidence and progress, because what they have found is that under the voluntary model, that's how they've got the Queenstown Community Housing Trust, which has been very successful in developing housing for local people. So yeah, that seems to be where they're at this stage.
Because it seems like the targeted rate, sure, it's an option, but it returns less than 5% of what some of the other options do. So nowhere near as effective. Deborah.
Thank you, and apologies for lateness, and I missed the early part. I did enjoy my shopping, though. Look, with regards to whatever model you're looking at trying to actually recover sort of DCs, with regards to the history of Selwyn, we had some of the lowest DCs being collected to encourage growth. And every time you tip the balance in that, the ratepayers have to pick up consequently more than their fair share. So that is one way of encouraging growth, is having lower DCs. But the thing is, how do you guarantee that the differential between the lower DCs and the market, who's pocketing the benefit? Because we didn't see section prices stabilise. We didn't see section prices be one at some of the lowest. We actually saw them really competitive in the market. So somebody along the line was making, come to Selwyn, hey, it's really cheap to develop and the profit margins are really great. So the question is, how do we actually manage that balance so the ratepayer is not picking up its share, more than its share for growth? Because it'd be nice to say, oh, well, growth is good for Selwyn because it means that your rates are all going to come down because you've got more ratepayers to pay for it. Well, please show me the data where that's ever happened. Our rates are sitting at 16, just under 16%, playing catch up. So I can see what you're trying to do, but I think it needs to be really, really strengthened around the fact that the sections, if you're going to give discounts or rebates or anything to the developers, you have to be able to market it against a cheaper section price for their house to go on for affordability. That's where you need to capture it.
I guess the purpose of this exercise is to gauge the appetite of all those different levers that could be pulled to achieve what we're trying to achieve. The next phase is actually exploring the implementation of each of those options. So for an instance, we'll be looking, actually how is that concern addressed through the implementation to make sure it is actually strengthened to ensure that the rebate or the discount or whatever it is actually passed on to the end user. So it's all part of the next process.
Thanks, Deborah. Lydia.
I just have a couple of questions, just trying to gauge a bit more information. How many Kāinga Ora houses are planned in the near future, or do you know? And what is the number of Selwyn residents receiving the accommodation supplement? And just with the case study, when we talk about affordable rental, is there a dollar value on that?
So sorry, just in terms of Kāinga Ora, that's still quite up in the air in terms of what's being progressed. So we've certainly, you would have seen the latest announcement in terms of the plan about what they will continue to build and what they will look after. So we haven't actually got the information about how that's filtered through to our area yet. We have got the accommodation supplement figures and could certainly send them to you afterwards. So we've got all that data from NHUD. So it's certainly, overall, it's increasing. So there's an increasing subsidy required on housing. And just anecdotally, in terms of the waiting list as well, so I'm part of the Te Waipounamu Housing Group, so that looks across. And while we get the housing register figures, what we're hearing from them is that there is a lot of people not able to stay in place or be with whānau because there is no housing available, and that continues to be, but what they're trying to do is how do they quantify that, because if we could in some way quantify that, it'd be really helpful for all of our partners to know, so we continue to do that piece of work. And my apologies, just the case study question.
Talking about affordable rental, is there a dollar value on affordable rentals?
In terms of what is affordable?
Yep.
So it's affordable is deemed as being nothing greater than 40% and preferably 30% of households' income. So when we look at those percentage figures, that was done on that basis.
Cool. Thank you.
Shane.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Mihi ana kia koutou. Thank you. I guess sort of following on for that, from Lydia's question, the definition around affordable housing inclusive of home ownership
Yes, so whether it's through rent or mortgage, it's 30% is the ideal. That should be no higher than, and it's expressed as being very stressed when it's getting up over 40% of incomes. I think there's been some recent articles saying that we're definitely in that zone, if not higher, for an increasing population of people.
That's great, thank you. Whilst the report focuses on local government's contribution, is it also reflective of central government as well?
In terms of the actions that central government are taking?
Or the responsibility for contribution cost-wise, as Deborah's mentioned, is that included in the figures that are presented?
So we've just purely looked at the levers that are available to local government at this stage, but certainly really cognizant of the government's Going for Growth housing program and looking to say how could that be complementary. The benefit of the partnerships that we have Crown members at the table, so we have MHUD and Kāinga Ora, who are really supportive of the work. They see it as being really complementary, because one of the challenges is the traditional grant funding that's been available for the chip sector has, well, at the moment, stalled and become a little bit more difficult to access.
Yeah, I guess that's really sort of the basis of my question around transparency of funding, is that we're all contributing, because at the end of the day it's still coming out of the same pocket. And it may be this may be a question for further along, but in here it's mentioned around a rural or emergency accommodation, and a lot of transitional workers in the rural areas like Leaston and Southbridge struggle to get accommodation, and really it's just around where is appropriate in terms of planning. So potentially that's sort of into the future, but yeah, I'm absolutely supportive of continuing the work behind this, and it needs to happen as we progress, but as long as it's like you say, affordable and is aligned with climate change planning as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. I feel like there's people are jumping around. Megan, were you next or Elizabeth?
Megan, you go.
I'm not sure.
Go.
Do you go from the bottom?
Oh, that's where I jumped. That's where I jumped last time. Yes. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you. I think it's sort of a flow on from what everybody's direction has been with the questioning today. There is obviously a lot of mortgage stress for people at the moment, and the whole point of this is to get people into homes. But I think we also need to consider how we can keep people in homes, so that we're not robbing Peter to pay Paul and then we end up with a whole lot more Pauls. I think that needs to be very, very clear in your stage 2. When you talk about 30% gross income, stressed at 40, we need to look at what people are currently paying on the average. For example, incorporating what pensioners are on versus what they're paying for their homes on average. I think it needs to be some clear direction there to make sure that we're whatever decisions we do, we're not continuously asking the ratepayers to fork out, and then we end up jeopardising their ability to have permanence in their security in their properties. I think it would be good to see as well, as Deborah's talked about, when we give leeway to developers, there's an opportunity sometimes for them to be the ones who are maximising on that profit rather than passing that on to future homeowners. What's been put in place in the past, or you're looking to put in place, because NGOs is obviously an expectation, but again, is there something really clarified in contracts that means that is actually creating affordable housing and not just profit? Have we looked and discussed at what property developers are doing at the moment on their own steam, or is that something that's coming in stage 2? I talked to a developer yesterday, and he said that they're doing something which is called build to rent rather than build to own, and that's giving people long-term security in a rental property. So it would be really nice to see what's already happening effectively in those spaces and how we can build on that. I think reinventing the wheel can sometimes be a little bit dangerous because if we're not quite sure what the outcomes are going to be. Thanks.
Thank you. Lots of great questions in there. We certainly, as part of the investigation, have worked a lot with developers, large, small. We've worked with build-to-rent providers. So there's a very large one in New Zealand called Simplicity, based in Auckland, who were very generous with their information with us about how would that model work. Because as you point out, the while they're not in the social housing end, if they can do build to rents, it relieves stress and housing opportunity elsewhere. So we have very fully canvassed them in developing these levers and options, because there's no one thing that will work. It will be a number of things. In terms of anything that the partners chose to progress, whether it was DCs, targeted rates, inclusionary zoning, the policy work around that is the really key piece to ensure that it's there in perpetuity and gaining those long-term outcomes. So you're very right to say they would be questions you would want answered and resolved in that phase 2. So what we've attempted to do here is go, this is everything you could do. Here's what you're being really clear on what we're trying to achieve, very cognizant of the points that you make.
Can I just ask that, can there please be a lot of clarity around the effect on our current ratepayers, because we're obviously facing a lot of people who are under huge financial stress, and I would just hate to see us increase more people in that, who are under that stress financially, while we're trying to achieve and alleviate those problems, because we're actually just snowballing rather than alleviating.
And very, very aware of that rate challenge and that total funding model. I guess one of the huge advantages to inclusionary zoning, it is not ratepayer funded. So while it is more challenging and more difficult, it is a form of value capture. And it's not to say that it doesn't have other potential consequences, but that's certainly one that doesn't have ratepayer impact.
Thank you. Megan.
Kia ora kōrua, and Tracy, it's a pleasure to welcome you back into Selwyn today, into the district, and I just want to acknowledge not just the work of you, but also the Selwyn staff who have inputted into this, and actually a number of the colleagues around the table here today, and what you've brought back to us is backed by good economic advice to say these are the tools and these are the levers that you guys can use today. So you've done all of the work and all of the thinking, and now you're just saying, which of these do you fancy? And so from my perspective, I don't know if I'm jumping the gun by going to the table for appetite for including options, but I just will go ahead anyway to say inclusionary zoning done right can meaningfully advance racial equity issues. And so it's certainly something that I think I would support, and I'd hope that we'd all support, because it seems to be a tool that can actually make a real difference. Height and density is not relevant here, so if I move through it, almost all of these things here are things that I think we would be considering. I think Deborah's raised a really good point about development contributions and how that's affected our district to date, so that might not be the right lever or tool for this district. When you're looking at the access to finance and funding, what I'd be interested in knowing is of those, because you've got the purple which says we all need to, everyone needs to do it, right? Right, okay, so then if we say yes and someone else says no, like how are we intending to manage that work plan? That's one of my questions. And then the second question is, I know that mana whenua have been part of the working group and also the governance team, and I just wanted to know, of all of these levers, was there any particular appetite for one of them in particular, and why?
Thank you, first off. I really appreciate that. So just in terms of the inclusionary zoning aspect and the appetite for mana whenua, when we've met as mana whenua being part of the housing steering group, I have to say the message is bring everything to it, and could we pick up the pace were probably the key messages. Wanted to keep everything on the table and support councils, whichever ones were chosen, but we weren't given a clear direction in terms of inclusionary zoning yet, but then we haven't had the second round of opportunity to go back to the committee, which will happen in March. So I anticipate other members at the table at that point will give a clearer view. Sorry, just picking up on your other question, Megan.
That was more about the purple finance.
Yep. So the process. So that's great. That's partnership. So what we're trying to do here is ground the thinking, and I guess the one with inclusionary zoning, while in theory any district could do it themselves, one of the risks with it is development or investment flight, and particularly in a concentrated area like the partnership. So it would be our advice that if that was to progress, that would progress collectively. Now, where there's differing views, it's sitting and saying, if, for example, we had 2 parties or 3 parties keen, 1 party really not, that as part of phase 2, it would sit down and go, well, what's the barriers to that? Is there anything that we can agree on and progress before an option gets completely taken off the table? So there would be a process of further discussion and negotiation. And then, but ultimately, of course, a council could decide to do it themselves. We're just saying it's probably not preferable. And again, the same with the targeted rate. So it would be good if it's that similarity, because you're operating in a same but different environment when it comes to development and housing. So does that give some? There's a bit of process to work through.
No, that's really helpful. You want the ticks to go ahead to look at, if it's taken off the table now, there's going to be no further research.
No.
Keep it in
Correct.
the pot right now means there might be opportunity.
Correct.
Okay,
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Sophie.
Yeah. Kia ora, thank you very much for coming. I guess my contribution here is I'm not a big fan of targeted rate. I think that would struggle to get through community-wise, and there are other things we could do. I mean, there's a whole list there, and none of them are easy. Absolutely go with engaging on the RMA reform and trying to get inclusionary zoning included as something there, because if that's the sort of thing that would benefit councils across the entire country. If you don't have to fight an RMA commissioner to prove that you've done your very specific place-based data analysis, if it's already in there, then that would be fantastic. And I quite like the various options for assisting community housing providers, like concessions or land leases, that sort of thing, just because as far as I can tell, the government is trying to shift their focus away from building through kāinga ora as much as possible, and implying that all of this could be picked up by CHPs, which I'm not entirely convinced is as simple as they think it is, because sure, they don't make a profit, but they still have to do all of the same work and somehow convince people to work for them and contract for them and do all of these things. Like, not making a profit potentially then just means that you end up with people being asked to doing it for love, which is wonderful, but at the same time it's not horrendously sustainable in a capitalist society. But if we can give them a hand, then that's the sort of thing I'd probably go with for the most part. There's the other work around identifying what sort of parcels in the various partnership areas might be suitable. And obviously no decisions have been made there, but I think we've probably acknowledged that we're all going to have to do some hard decisions if we want to get this across. And there are people who are hurting, and they're still going to be hurting, because that seems to be the way our economy works. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Really good points raised. The chip sector have been really clear with us in terms of, and I think getting clearer now that they've got clarity on government direction for them, working with councils and being able to access land on long-term peppercorn leases, because we've also been working with funders who are really warming to the idea that if that is provided, historically they've not been prepared to lend on leased land. We know we've definitely got one large bank, and we're looking at others to create a competitive market. So that's really key. So for them, and also I talk a little bit about patient capital. So if they could partner and utilise partners and councils' funding mechanisms, which, that cheaper rates through LGFA could be quite substantial for them. So that starts to activate. So yeah, you're very right. They are looking, without grant funding, what are the other tools that they can utilise?
I just add there as well, I remember hearing and reading a few things about, for chips with their borrowing. because part of the benefit of Kaingaora was that it was so large and it could borrow against its vast assets. But chips tend to work on a very place-by-place basis. They don't have the same borrowing power. So yeah, that's something that they definitely need assistance with. The government may not have, I don't know, yeah, big players get big discounts. Small players get scraps.
So
Thanks.
again, for the chip sector, the model that CCC has used with OCHT in terms of forwarding, having a long-term loan and funding has been what's enabled them to continue to grow. So, and you'll be aware one of the actions was to for OCHT to look, could it broaden its scope to be outside of the city area. It's had the support to do that and is working through a process of changing its trust deed, which would allow it to operate more widely. So, but they are not the only chip. There are other, and they work alongside many other providers as well, but all needing the same thing and same support.
Thanks for all those contributions. I think the targeted rate conversation is kind of, I agree with the room, it's not going to be something that the whole community would want to see. And if you're only going to target the new housing growth, then you're really charging people who will be the existing community at that point for the benefit that the developer has had before them. If we charge the diagrams before had like either the dollar value or the land quantity in that shift, has there been any analysis like before even all of that happens to say that at the rezoning stage there's value capture there, so that it's not done on however many sites that are necessarily there? I guess it's more it's in the money transaction side, but at the moment we've got landowners that rely on society to approve the change in their land value and then pocket all the profit personally for society's decision to do that, whether that's government through fast track or ourselves through zone changes. It feels like to me that's the point where actually we should say what's the payback to the community around ensuring that everyone's better off through this change.
So that's that value capture when you're rezoning. So
Yeah.
that's that upzoning request, which is certainly something that we've got in the mix there to be looking at. How much, a lot has already happened, I think but again, that's the same with all the inclusionary zoning. It's sitting there and going, well, where are those remaining opportunities to say exactly that? What policy direction do we need to say that if you're upzoning and suddenly this land that's gone from this value to this value, that a share of that should be captured for and locked into affordable housing in perpetuity. So if there is some interest in that, and we can do that through DCs, you're effectively doing that through inclusionary zoning. But if that was further supported, that would be one that we would do more work on.
I just think it's a mechanism that could be used for MRT. It's not just for this affordable housing piece, but it's what's the right time for the mechanism to kick in. And I feel like it's the earlier the better that's there in the process, rather than at the targeted rating, which is just those living here having to fund it because all the value's been captured by the individual already by that point. Did anyone else have any reflection on this? I think too, you've hopefully heard that the priority is, well, the things that are hard are going to require 3 or 4 or 5 partners to work together on. And so that's part of the difficulty, as well as how hard it might be to get the final outcome. It's going to be the relationship with our neighbours and mana whenua to ensure that this can happen. ECAN's a part of that process as well. So there's different views around the GCP table at the moment. So yeah, could you provide any reflection on how others have viewed this, and are we saying similar things? Is this the first meeting you've had with other councils?
We have met with CCC and Waimakariri. CCC have shown interest in progressing most options, although there were certainly very similar messages to effectively what you're saying. Waimakariri is, I would say at this stage, a bit nervous around inclusionary zoning. So, you know, that would certainly need some, and we knew that that would need some serious discussion if it was going to progress on. I'd say most interest was in the that land holdings, leveraging borrowings, and whether there is some opportunity to capture the value uplift were probably initially the key ones so far. But we'll gather that up and a follow-up post those presentations to bring back to the committee.
Okay, thank you. Megan?
Sorry, I'm having a second bite at it, but all I would want to say is, like, we get really good information from Infometrics about what's happening in our district, and we're aware that, you know, we're represented quite well in those statistics, and so I'm not discounting the fact that some people are struggling in our district. There's always those pockets of people that struggle no matter what district they live in, but the data shows that if we're in this position for this district and we're not going to actually help to resolve these issues for lower income families, then who will? So anyway, that's my last bit.
Thanks, Megan. Elizabeth?
So I just wonder if you could clarify a few things, and I also wanted to talk about my appetite because I didn't really before. It was more questions. The first thing is I don't know too many people who get supplementary income, rental income, but apparently if you are working and you don't have enough, and you've got children, there is supplementary rental accommodation, because I know someone who said it doesn't matter what they charge me for rent, the additional cost will be covered by the government, basically. Is that currently the way that it works?
So accommodation supplements, while I'm no expert, they are means tested, so they are available to those who are struggling with accommodation costs. However, I would probably disagree with the last statement, because Te Waipunama will certainly say, you know, there is a cap as to what people are able to get accommodation supplement for, and the level of appropriate housing and affordable housing and warm housing for them isn't meeting that need. So there is a growing gap.
Is there a chance that in stage 2 that could be looked at and explored, so we can see what that gap is between what they're able to, what the cap is versus what the rental availability is, just to give us
post
an
this,
indication?
we can as a follow up, we could get that information now for you. I'm fairly.
Great. So I've got a few things here. There's a lot of things here which I think I'd love to see explored in more detail. Obviously, I'm not keen on the targeted rates. I feel it's the robbing Peter to pay Paul thing. Foreign investment, again, when people invest, it's with the whole intent and purpose of making profit. I think that I would yet to see that be of any benefit. We know that they're already investing in townhouses in town, but again, what does that look like? That's clearly not considered affordable, is it? The interest, I don't personally have a lot of interest in having loans through the LGFA if it's going to fall back on our ratepayers who basically we're borrowing against our ratepayers' own assets, their homes, via LGFA. So is there not an opportunity for the banks to match the LGFA rates through some kind of charitable status option, because it is low rates, but I'm sure that there's got to be another avenue there. Just would hate for it to be, again, where the ratepayers, again, are at the receiving end of that, if anything was to happen.
Should we just answer those questions and then come back to the next?
Okay. Thank you so much, because I lose track, so thank you. I guess on the first one, in terms of the overseas, just to clarify overseas investment, the government has actually just made the decision to make it more accessible for particularly large super funds. So what we find in Australia is large super funds are able, because they've got long-term capital to invest, they're quite attracted to the build to rent, because while they can get maybe a lower potential return, they can get it over a long period of time. So they've been quite a game player in getting affordable build to rent developments, intensive developments happening, like Simplicity are trying to achieve. So that's a government direction that has just recently happened, so we think that will assist. In terms of the sorry, I've just forgotten the second one. I'm having a bit of a morning this morning.
That was the LGFA.
Oh, yes,
loans.
sorry. So the LGFA, it's about providing, you're right, so certainly it's looking at the market and going, are there opportunities for us to get more attractive rates as a not-for-profit sector?
Mm-hmm.
The LGFA is really an opportunity for councils to provide access to some funding at the same level, not that it's getting subsidised by ratepayers. So it's sitting and saying, is there an opportunity to access that?
No, I understand it's not subsidised, but the fallback is if anything was to go wrong, at the homeowner's assets are what is fundamentally at risk.
But that's again as part of the policy position to support it, and obviously all the legal agreements that would obviously be taken into consideration so that was really clear where liability sat and what assets were secured over.
Okay. And then the last thing I was going to raise was talking about council partnership, 10%, government 90%. Has that already been, the conversation's been thrown around what that looks like? I feel that's a little bit like the targeted rates. I feel that us putting 10% in financially at this time when there's a lot of hardship on our ratepayers, I feel that, again, it's probably not going to go down too well and potentially be more demanding on our ratepayers.
So that's more mentioned from, to be fair, an advocacy perspective, to acknowledge that actually the greatest funder is central government, and saying, I guess, reminding them, as I know local government tries to do consistently, but saying that we can partner up. But if we're going to partner up, this is, I guess, get real around where it lies. So it's more from, I guess, that advocacy piece, but understanding what we would certainly be saying to our Crown partners at the table is, and we're going, hang on, this is local government putting it out there and really trying to activate how are you going to partner with us at a level that reflects your tax take and your position. So it's more philosophical.
Kāinga Ora came and spoke to us a while ago. They didn't sound hugely interested in advocating for bringing Kāinga Ora into this district at that particular time. And they talked about how they need to make money from each of these builds to then go on and continue the process. I was wondering if there's a change in the way the Kāinga Ora system is working at the moment, and is that potentially not applicable at the moment?
There's been a big change for Kāinga Ora, and all of their projects, even those that are mid-project, have been sort of called into review. So there's they didn't have any projects even started here, and so those ones are definitely on hold. And there's plenty of places around the country, I was talking to Invercargill yesterday, who are concerned about what's not going to happen. Yeah. Tracy, thank you for coming in. Rodney, I just wondered, you've heard a lot of chat in the room now. Is there some things that you wanted to add in to provide some clarity for us online? Nope. Tracy, do you want to and Bob?
So we have a range of options up on page 18 of Diligent, and also behind you on the screen there. So not sure if you want to line by line each of those options to indicate appetite for future investigation in order to whether to see if it can be implemented or not into the implementation phase 2 plan. So do you want to go into a line by line to gauge appetite of what's in and what's out, or?
Yeah, well, and should we just focus maybe on the ones we haven't talked about already? Because I think the inclusionary zone in monetary or property, whichever one of those is, we've said yes, that stays in. Density and height bonuses, we haven't had that talked about.
Not applicable for Selwyn.
Not applicable.
Yep.
So just leave that out. Yeah, and we need to indicate back to our GCP partners what the preference is going to be. GCP will then decide which it can conclude. Then it'll come back here to say, as a partner, can you do the stuff? So the decision making for us will follow the GCP. This is really to indicate what things we'll be able to support at the GCP space.
Okay, hang on.
So this isn't committing us to any of these. This is saying preference for further exploration.
Okay, because,
Deborah?
sorry, just with regards to due process, if it was on a council agenda, it would be in public excluded for discussion, and under the Goima, if developers wanted to understand what was actually happening, then they could make a request under the Official Information Act. If we're going to look at doing this under a briefing scenario, then we could be accused of actually cutting them out of a decision-making, fair decision-making process. So I'm just conscious, I know this is a workshop.
This is a public councillor briefing. This is public information. There's nothing hidden
Okay.
here.
Okay, so this is all public
Yep.
with regards to this discussion, and it's all discoverable?
Yeah.
If the developers want to do that?
It's all public.
Okay.
People could be watching this right now.
Oh, good. So, so that forecloses on that, but it still comes back to the decision-making process, I guess. So it's only what we're recommending to our partners, and the final decision will come back to us as to make at a council at a statutory meeting.
We're providing guidance to staff to keep a range of options open to allow our partner councils to consider the range of things that might be possible, to then come back to each of those partners individually to confirm which ones they would like to proceed, which will then have to go back to the GCP for confirmation of the further narrowed down list of options that might end up happening, at which time it may or may not be supported. And this is why the GCP needs massive change, because even what we do today has got about a 12 or 18 month process before we get to the point of things happening with proper change. So there's a real long, drawn out way of the GCP working, and today it might be stage 2 or 3 of about 10 or 12. Tracy, do you want to add any clarity to that?
No, that's beautifully put, MECM.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable then if we just provide some clarity around the options that we don't think we're going to be able to support? Because otherwise, if we don't do that now, we're just going to extend the numbers of to and fro back between us and the GCP. So inclusionary zoning, I've heard that stays in at the moment. Density housing, height bonuses isn't there. Increasing priority to community housing trust providers and surplus properties and discounted land sales. It's still in there, we're not taking it out. Planning concessions, discounts on charges and fees. Would like to know more before we took it out.
Definitely, because that has to be balanced against a private person coming in and having to pay those fees for building houses for people who are not going to be, they're going to be entering the market through a mortgage, perhaps. And I just see some inequity there, so more work needs to be done.
Yeah, more work, okay. And that's what we're saying here. If we keep these in, it's more work that will be done. Development contribution rebates. More work to be done. Council rates, remissions to community housing trust providers. More work to be done, yep. Long-term peppercorn leases to territorial authorities and Crown. Yep. Discounted land sales to community housing trust providers. Leave it in at the moment. No interest loans to community housing trust providers. And at the moment, targeted rates. Well, I think we've said that's not really supported here. It's not the way signalling that's not going to be probably an answer for us.
Just for clarity, when you say more work required, does that mean it's out? Or does that mean
No, it means it's not taken out at this stage because we don't have the clarity to say it's definitely not something we support. So there's, sorry, Grant, at the very beginning there's a funnel, and this is stage 2 of the funnel. So we're just keeping things in the mix until we've got enough clarity to say that's out, because in the end there'll be 2 or 3 tools that we support, not this full 10.
Yeah, I mean, because the reality of bullet points 5 and 6 is when you take a development contribution rebate or a rates remission, it just means the rest of the ratepayers pay. So it's like a targeted rate in guise, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
all it is.
So we need to know exactly how that would play out before. Targeted rates, we've said no. Matching funding contribution on a project basis.
This is the one which is the 10 to 90%, is that correct? Or is that 50-50?
Do you want to explain the wording, Tracy, there? What do we mean match funding contribution on a project basis?
You need to use the microphones.
Sorry, Tracy, just your microphone.
Oh, I will get, you think I've done this before, believe it or not. I actually didn't need to get back to you on this one. John Bartels, who's done the specialist work, was meant to be here today and can't speak, so I'll just come back on that detail. But it's definitely, the 90-10 is very much a philosophical conversation. It's not anything locked and loaded into that.
Okay, and then the influencing stuff, we engage with the government and RM reforms we required, foreign and institutional investment, support overseas investment act amendments. I think we'd want to understand that before we committed. Multiplier effect, SEC match funding from the government, and monitoring other opportunities as just an ongoing space.
That's the one I was talking about, which is the 90-10%. So their match funding is at a 50-50% project.
No, they're both different lines. So we'll seek clarity. Tracy, if you could let us know what that match funding piece is. And the only sort of hesitancy from the group firmly at the moment seems to be the targeted rates would not be something that we can report back to the group that we wouldn't support. But as it says on this, that doesn't mean everyone else couldn't do it anyway, because it's that's one of the blues, yeah? So that's part of the individual council responses. Lydia?
I've got some reservations around the low and no interest loans to community housing trust providers when we look at what our debt ceiling is going forward. So I've just got some reservations around it. I am fine for it to be explored and looked at further, but my thoughts currently at the moment is that our debt ceiling we're already going to be touching soon, and we shouldn't just keep raising that up to fund other things when people, I guess, already pay tax to central government for kāinga or a well to deliver community housing. So I have some reservations, but happy for more information to come back.
And I think that's probably my sense from what most people have said. We're not sure that we love all these, but it's too early to say we definitely don't want them to happen. So once we get some more info, then we can start to make some of those decisions, and the GCP will also wrestle around with some of this as well. Megan? Yeah.
It actually leads me to just one question. I know we want to get it done, but so some, like Christchurch City Council already do that. So by keeping that in, does that then, because it would be, what is the relevance of some of the partners already doing this stuff to this work?
CCC has obviously done some of that work and sitting there and going, I guess what we're able to do is build on the experience and success that they've had and go, if we replicated that out across the partners, obviously still meeting the, being very cognizant of the environment that each one's operating, it creates a bit of an ecosystem generally, particularly for the chips, that makes it easier to operate in.
So keeping it in means that we will get the information of the Christchurch City Council experience.
Well, keeping it in is saying there's an opportunity for Sal and Waimakere to replicate, some of the things that are happening at Christchurch and to align policy positions, but it's obviously a choice aspect. And the funding stream, certainly from an OCHT perspective, that's the game changer in terms of, because particularly now that the government approach to supporting housing is quite different, it gives them some certainty. So at Te Waipunami last week, the thing that they said, a summary across all of them, that is absolutely, I guess, and this is using my words, crushing them at the moment, is the lack of certainty, and that they can't go ahead and progress housing because they don't know if they have land lease for X amount of time. They don't know if they've got access to funding for 10, 15, 20 years. So it's that local and central government bring to them is that consistency and certainty, which is helpful.
Thank you, Tracy and Bob, for presenting that paper today. Look forward to hearing how the other discussions happen, and GCP's Friday next week. So we'll report back after that. Appreciate your work. Thank you. We're going to break for morning tea, and we've got Councillor To our briefing this morning. The next item is Castle Hill Community Energy Project. Bill, you're online. I hope you don't have a complex about being a rather large head in a room, because that's what we're experiencing of you right now.
Yeah, no, I noticed that. Fame at last.
Whereabouts are you today, Bill?
Oh, I'm just sitting in the office here at home in Lower Hutt.
Oh, great. Well, I'm glad you could join us. And to the team in the room, thank you for being here. And Bob, will hand over to you to intro the project.
Thanks, Sam, and good morning again. So with the team, we've got Kate and Helena, and also Bill online as well. So they'll talk a bit about the project, the benefits of the project, and after that, there's a range of options at the end of that memo, which I'll take as read. But I guess it articulates the different places that council can play within, the type of involvement it can have within this space. It can have everything from no involvement right to full investment of generation and investment of that. But I'll pass over to the team to provide a bit of an intro on their project.
Kia ora tātou, ko Kate aho, and this is Elena here. And Dave is our third member. He's unfortunately not here today. He sends his apologies. Thank you very much for having us again to present our project. Just to give you a little bit of background again, many of you will know Castle Hill Village. We are a remote alpine village halfway between Christchurch and the coast. And we're also one of the main civil defence hubs in that area for the valley. It's a very popular recreational area. It's a popular area with people travelling through. And if there's a disaster up there, then we need to be able to have a local response and to be able to support the people who are stuck up there. So the project really has a focus on resilience. We're looking at the moment what we're considering is solar panels plus a battery. The exact shape and size of that is all yet to be determined, but our focus is going to be on being able to power the local hall, which is the civil defence hub. That would be your comms, your charging, your lighting, ideally also the freshwater system and perhaps even the sewage system. So that's obviously when a disaster happens. Then in normal times, the idea is the system would be to some extent self-supporting and self-funding. So we want to be able to have that sort of circularity built into the system. It's a very active community. We very much see ourselves being involved in any response that we have. So we are absolutely 100% willing and able to and keen to be involved in this process. We've got our AGM on Sunday up at the village, and we'll be talking to our community about it again and hopefully giving them an update on this meeting. They're very keen to hear what we're going to be doing. So in a nutshell, that's really our project and our focus. I don't know if Helena, if you want to say anything else? No? So yeah, that's all from me. Bill, would you like to say anything?
No, I think that was a great introduction. I mean, there are many, there's several community energy projects now going on around New Zealand, and certainly, many hundreds of them going on around the world. And they all have unique sort of focus or value streams that come through. And I think what struck me about the ones that Orion put on in its accelerator program was, again, the different sort of objectives and value that each of these projects provide. And Castle Hill is certainly, it's not necessarily unique, but its focus on resilience is quite an interesting one. So, and I think the team have been extremely hard working in pulling this one together.
Yeah, definitely a very good example of an awesome community-led project with a lot of good community benefits, particularly around resilience. And we are all well aware of AF8 and what will happen within Castle Hill and in that type of event. So there are a whole lot of different pathways there. I guess the purpose of this briefing is to find out where council may or may not want to play, for us to then go further, develop those options to bring it back for a council report and decision at a later date. So they range from no further involvement, supporting where possible outside land and funding, provide land or the use of land, develop generation ourselves, provide funding for this project, or to be a customer of this project. And some of those can correlate with one another, so it's not necessarily a binary decision across all of those. Questions?
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation and the continuation of the project. I'm wondering, what does council becoming a customer look like? So there's support for this sort of thing to happen. It's great to see that communities thinking about not only in the worst of times, but day to day how this is going to benefit the community. Providing land seems like there's like one-off decision making, whereas becoming a customer is an ongoing relationship with the project. Can you just talk a little bit about how that interplay will work with us over time if we were to choose that bottom option?
Yeah, so we do have a range of infrastructure up there which has a requirement for energy. So we'd be committing to taking some of this generation capacity for that infrastructure to provide a steady income stream for this project, provide certainty for them, and can help inform design of generation as well.
Okay, thank you. Malcolm?
So if we're taking energy from that, we're not paying a greater unit rate than we would be from a supplier?
This would all have to be developed through a feasibility study, but if it's...
I've got no problem with this. I think it's a good initiative. It could well pave the way for other communities as well that aren't so isolated, but are still smaller rural communities, which we have a lot of. And I do remember when we get big, thick, heavy snow, we tend to lose kilometres of lines, and there's no energy anywhere. I do have some questions here. I notice, there is the hall which we could load the roof with, but I'm a bit worried about the dead load of the roof, let alone adding panels to it. So there's those sort of things to get over.
Definitely all valid considerations. So if there was something that council were wanting to do, is actually provide land or roof space, we would actually look at, is it actually feasible from a physical constraint perspective as well?
Yes, because if we have to upgrade the structure of the roof, then it's starting to mean that the other ratepayers are starting to pay for that as well. So these are considerations we have to take. As in reading the report, engineering constraints around dead loads, snow loads on panels, going to be very interesting to see where the research comes back as to what you've got to build to handle them. As an electrician, I'm very interested in this project, and I support it.
Kate, did you have something else you wanted to add?
I was just going to say that we wouldn't be the first panels in the village. So there's already 6 homes that have panels up in the village. And in fact, on Sunday after our AGM, we're going to have a solar walk just to go around the homes and have a look at the different systems that people have in place, including, they've also been up there during the winter in snow and have still been generating, actually. In fact, one of the homes is completely self-sufficient, and when they got cut off, they were still baking bread.
Thank you. Shane?
Kia ora. Thank you very much for the presentation. Commend the community for providing the report and working to get it to here. Like Malcolm, supportive of the work to continue to see what shared partnership looks like. Ownership is, as a customer, one of the things that was confusing me was just around ownership, who actually will own it at the end of the day, and whether it's a shared asset for intergenerational growth and use to support resilience and also power and reduce costs. I think that's sort of the overlap of responsibilities around it, and if it's land, certainly rather than putting it on roofs, would be probably potentially, more safer. I did have one question around, so the long-term plan committed $9 million, I think it was, for a number of projects, and one of them was also the Dark Sky accreditation for Castle Hill area. So I understand that there'll be different budget lines, but there could certainly be some alignment along with investment to support or tourism or something like that around that as well. So I just brought that up to align or not work in isolation of other projects up there too. Oh, thank you.
Thanks, Shane. I'm seeing some nodding heads, but Bill, did you have any comment on that you'd like to say?
Yeah, it was an interesting discussion around, council as a customer. And so you got to say, well, what would the customer what benefits would the council be getting from this type of project? And to me, it comes down to who's responsible for resilience in Castle Hill, because if you're going to increase the resilience to a major event when, you know, potentially there could be hundreds or, you know, maybe even thousands of visitors there. You mentioned the Dark Sky project, all of those sort of things where you're encouraging people there. So if the council has a responsibility for resilience and protecting those types of events, then, you know, that you would be a customer. You would be a customer of the resilience of the project. Of course, the community as well, the existing community there and the houses would also be a customer. So that where the value streams come through. What's interesting as well is that if you build for resilience, the solar panels can actually be used and the battery can be used to create value when the event hasn't occurred during normal times. And again, the council could be a customer of the energy that's created from that, being a local user for different facilities there. And also the project could export to the grid, so it could actually get paid for the energy it produces. And also the community, people in the community who don't have their own solar panels and not self-sufficient could be buying as well. So there's quite a few value streams coming through. And from my perspective, I think what we've worked through is, well, there's a resilience value for the council assets. There's a resilience value in terms of managing that risk and what would happen. So who's responsible for doing that, especially when there's a lot of tourists in the village at the time, if that event happened. And also the community will have that value from the energy, but the council could also experience lower cost energy through, you know, using the energy, the surplus energy created for running its assets in the Castle Hill area. Just on the snow loading, we have had conversations about that, and the experience of people in the village is that actually the snow clears very rapidly from solar panels because of the surface, and then you know, because of the dark colour which absorbs sort of heat as well. But all of those considerations will come as we're doing the feasibility study, a lot of those technical design issues. Hope that's helpful.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Megan.
Before my question, I just wanted to know, was there an answer? Shane asked a question about ownership, and I thought that was a really good question. Like, what will the ownership model look like?
Or could.
I guess it's to be confirmed. It's if the council didn't want to own this or co-own it or just sponsor it. There's your options that council, once we get that direction, we can actually go away and do that feasibility study and actually understand what the dollars look like.
Right, great, thank you. So, I'm aware that you've reached out to Taumitu directly about this particular project, or your group has, and that you might not have received feedback. So when I engaged with Taumitu on this on Monday, they said, please share this message. So not quite, it's a bit of an awkward forum, but I want you to know that Taumitu does support your project, and we say, you know, good luck with it. We ask to be mindful of the sites and areas of significance to Māori up in the district, and it doesn't seem to really impact on this project from what I've seen, from where their locations are. But also we equally would love to know the outcomes of it, because it might be quite suitable for our own community out at the marae, and Fisherman's Point. So you have our support. And then because I've been given that direction from Taumitu, it means that I can now say we support all of these actions, but for number one, which was have no further active involvement. So noting that there's no current funding that exists within the budget, I'm presuming we've got enough support to actually have a report back on what each of those options would look like.
We can develop those further options to understand, and that would then inform an annual plan or long-term plan process down there.
Yeah, so a decision to be made, and you know, getting the information to make a decision. So yes, yep, supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Sophie. And I have turned a couple of microphones off just to try and get back to let Rob's microphone work before. So if that was you, I just worked backwards. If your microphone's no longer on, just press it on again.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming, ladies and gentlemen online. So I'm really glad to see this project pop out the other side of the activator with some more information, and that's I definitely support having a continuing with a feasibility study to see what we can do, and I'm definitely in support of improving resilience, particularly for our infrastructure and civil defence responsibilities. I guess the only proviso I've got is that I would not like to see something like this turn into a project that, this is going to sound like quite negative, but a township like Castle Hill is in a very strange place. It has a lot of partially occupied buildings, and I genuinely don't think that it should be enabled to grow by being more the extra resilience shouldn't allow it to grow into something bigger than what it is at the moment, because there are those other support needs that do tend to require more work from the rest of the district to keep it active and everything else. But that said, if you're living up there full time, then yes, you do want to have a resilient energy supply. So yeah, I guess that's the balance of, like, we don't actually, like, it would not be appropriate for it to grow into a full-size town. And I'm not sure how many people there actually think that it would do ever, but every so often you do hear people sort of go, oh yes, we should be able to grow further. So, but that doesn't make sense for where you are. But I think it would be an interesting model that could then potentially be applied to other small communities around the area. Not just because we've got infrastructure for just about all of those communities in some shape or form. So, it'd be interesting to find out more as it goes along. Thank you.
Thank you. Lydia.
Hi, Kate and Helena. Thank you for coming along again. I had just a bit of a question around, have you spoken to Castle Hill Station any further with their solar project? Because I think if things are going to happen, there could be a working together on that.
We have been keeping open dialogue with them. To be fair, since the fires up there, they've been pretty busy, but absolutely we've been keeping them informed of everything we've been doing, and being quite careful not to tread on any toes up there. I mean, really, depending on how we go forward is and where the council involvement sits, is probably more their concern than anything else. We've been very clear with them that we want to work with them in whatever we can do, and I know that they've got their own projects that they're looking at too. So we're trying to, make them aware that we're wanting to be supportive and collaborative.
Cool. And you may have already told me this, and I'm sorry if you have. But how much land do you actually think you need? Do you know that just yet, or is that still part of your case study? Because I just look at what council land we do have, and it is limited in our reserve. And
there's probably enough up there to be going on with in terms of supporting the council assets. I mean, to refer to your colleague's previous comment about growing the village. I mean, the idea is to support the assets that are already there, not to grow the assets further. And I mean, I think between the roof space that's up there, assuming that can, withstand panel weight, although it's already designed for the massive wind loadings, I suppose, and the land that's available around, there would definitely be enough to support. We think there would be enough to support the assets that are already up there. Obviously, that's part of the feasibility that we'll need to explore a bit further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Very exciting project. I'm a big advocate for putting solar panels, particularly on roofs where possible. Obviously, you've talked about having those various options, bearing in mind that when you do put it on the ground, there's a little bit of a concern and a reserve for risk of vandalism. At times, I'm sure that it's not too likely, but there's always that probability. And has that been discussed of whether it would have to be fenced off? And how high were the panels? Because usually ground mounted ones are reasonably low, but it does make cleaning easier, I will say. In terms of the Castle Hill Hall is that fully sunlit on the roof area that you're looking at, or is there some shading issues in the winter or any time of the year?
So there are a couple of large pine trees that are still in the reserve, but we are very much hoping, particularly after the fires, that those will probably be going reasonably quickly. I mean, really, the roof itself is pretty well positioned for the sun, as far as we can tell at the moment. And as for vandalism, as far as I'm aware, I mean, that's something we would have to look into, but I think we'd probably be fencing anything off that was, possibly fencing anything off that was ground mounted. So that would all be part of the feasibilities that we'd have to look at.
So I just wanted to clarify, reading the documents, I wasn't 100% sure if you were asking council to really consider looking at the hall as the emergency response place, that we're facilitating. Our part here is to facilitate the power for that, because there was also some reference to powering the community in the village. Is that an added bonus, or is the intention that we're powering the village? Is that the original intent?
No, the intent is that in an emergency, that it would be the hall and the civil defence centre that will actually be powered.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, we could look at other options at stage, further down the line, but initially that is absolutely, really, it's about the hall and then the fresh water, which also has pumps, and that will of course benefit everybody, not just the people who are in the hall in the civil defence area. But we figured that because the hall is the main civil defence centre, that's where everybody needs to be, at least if we've got comms and lighting and charging facilities available there, and whatever else that might be able to be powered, then that's the most equitable outcome for that particular power.
Brilliant, because that answered my second question, which was the priorities of having the electricity come through in an event. So that's fantastic. So I guess because you're talking about powering into the village, is there Orion's talked about being able to take the village off grid? Is that an easy flick switch, kill switch somewhere, or what's that look like?
So
for
Bill
you
would be
guys?
able to answer this much better than me, but basically it's something that would be that we'd have to look into, and it's one of the requirements of the project that we could island the village in the event of a disaster.
Yep.
Apart from anything, it could cause electrocution otherwise if we left it. So that's definitely part of it, but Bill will be able to say some more about that.
Yeah, it's something that Orion would have to cover. For how the if there was an event, how the system would operate as its own island. So that's during an event, but also you mentioned the energy during normal times. When you've not had that event, the solar panels would still be generating electricity, and so this is sort of an added value that electricity comes at a low cost, and so that could be used by the council on its assets, or it could be used by the homes during normal periods. So that, if you like, could create a bit of a revenue stream or a saving that would help to pay for the assets, then the solar assets. But also from the question then of safety and switching with the network. So if you did get that event, then there would need to be switching so that the town could operate its system as an isolated island. But then there's other times when the power might go out for failure, so not during an earthquake, and then Orion's team are up on the lines trying to fix it, and then the sun comes out and the solar power sends electricity down the lines, so that they can't have that happen because it endangers the crews. So again, there's got to be automatic switching, and I think the good thing for Castle Hill is it's got a relatively simple system. From the Transpower Zone substation, there's an 11,000 volt line which supplies it an overhead line with then a bit of cable under the road. So it should be reasonably simple to be able to have automatic isolation of the system to enable that protection. But that's something for Orion to determine.
Thank you. Bob?
Yeah, just on capacity, John Reid rang me up a couple of weeks ago talking about possible subdivisions and such like, and commercial buildings and that. So will you take all that into consideration as part of it? Because I understand some of it could be across the road.
can't really speak to what John Reid has been doing, but certainly if there was, if there was other roof space that was willing to be part of this project, it's something that we could consider. Again, it's all part of the feasibility and the options that we've got going forward. But absolutely, if that was an option, we'd be interested.
Bob?
I have had a conversation with John Reid a couple of weeks ago about the same development. So they have a zoned area across the road from the village for a golf course, hotel, a few shops and that type of thing. So reasonably large development that could potentially go there. And I did discuss this project with him, and he is open to some sort of arrangement or working together or doing his own thing to help feed into this as well.
Thank you. Is there any legislation or rules around sharing of electricity that needs to be shifted or moved to allow the project to go ahead? Like, I just know when I put solar panels on my roof, and talk to the neighbours about how can we supply you power, and you just can't do that sort of thing. How does it work on a community scale? And what are the regulations? Do they currently allow it, or do we need some advocacy around allowing it to ensure that this project could proceed?
I think I should probably jump in there. It's a bit of both, really. That there are you've got to really think of physical and financial. So the physical assets, if you produce electricity and let's say it goes into the network, then it gets used somewhere. So physically that actually happens on the network. But then there's the case of, well, who pays for that electricity and who gets paid? So it's the allocation, and it's the same as this happens on the national grid at a big level, but it's never really been worked out on how that would happen on a small level and until the recent work. So it's still in its development. So there are some projects that are now moving those regulations forward, but actually how electricity is bought and sold at a local level across a community hasn't been embedded into the regulations yet.
Cool, thank you. Hopefully you've heard this morning there's good support for the project, Bob. We're looking for a paper to come back seeking what being a customer would look like, particularly if there's going to be a cost saving for power use, and also if it keeps the project live for as Shane raised, for the emergencies, and that's a key part of our consideration, is making sure the community is safe in those times. And I didn't see in here, but there's you talked about communications. Is this the cell tower that's there? Is that part of this project and connecting in cell coverage as well?
Well, definitely that's something we have actually had a chat to the state, because actually that's on the station land.
Yeah.
And in fact, the battery, it went out, and when we had a snow event up there last winter, and the cell tower went down, so the battery wasn't able to support it. So yes, we are looking at that. We're also looking at things like Starlink and other options there as well, which might be would also add to the resilience part of it. Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Well, thank you both for coming in today and talking us through it, and Bill for joining us online. It's been great. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
The next item today is the resource consent dashboard demo, and Emma Larson.
Kia ora koutou. So I've I think in July, August last year, I talked to the councillors about an internal dashboard that we developed to help us see what's going on in the resource consents function. And as a further development of that, we've developed a public vision. So I just want to show you that today so that you can get all that resource consent info you need, but also to share with customers as well. We really want people to be jumping on and having a look at this. So and I just also have Paul Sutherland here. Paul is our data and business intelligence lead, and he and his colleague Francis have developed this dashboard, and this team is just making an incredible difference to the visibility we have across our business, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. So I don't know if you want to follow along with me. If you do, I can go a wee bit slower, but you can navigate to the dashboard from our website under property and building to the resource consents page, and then scroll down. It's this last box here, resource consent statistics. And then we just have a bit of information about how to navigate the site and just some things to know. It's in two parts. So we have this first part, which is the applications coming in the door, and the second part is the decisions that we're making. So if we just start with the applications coming in the door, we've got these cool little boxes here that give you some context as to how we're going compared to last month and to the same time last year. So that's quite cool. This graph over here is showing you how many consents we've received compared to the 5-year average for that month. So the dark blue is last 6 months, and the light blue is the 5-year average. So you can see that we have kind of pretty consistently been receiving more resource consents than we would have expected to. So that's quite a cool little graph. There's a search box here. So what you'll be able to see here is every resource consent that the council has ever issued, all 18,800 of them, the records in here. So you probably don't want to scroll through them all. So you can use the search box, and you can search via consent ID. So if you know the resource consent number, you might know the name of the applicant, the address, or just a keyword. So for example, maybe you want to find something to do with the school, and then that will bring up everything that uses the keyword school. And perhaps you're only looking for, there's a date filter over here, perhaps you're only looking for the ones from this year, and you can see we've received a couple. So you can play around with these filters and search tools to try and to find the information that you need. And then, so it's pretty similar for the consent decisions. Same comparison with same time last year and compared to last month. The difference is we've still got the comparison of decisions issued compared to the 5-year average, so you can see that we've been pumping out a lot of resource consent decisions. And then there's some other information here around our performance around timeframe compliance. So you can see that October was not a great month for us, nor was November, but January this year we've pulled that back quite significantly. And the other thing that people might be quite interested in is the average processing time per consent. So obviously that was quite high, much higher than we'd like it to be sort of late last year, but in January again we've got that down to 22 days. So we can see the graphs are going in the right direction. I guess applicants might be interested to know that just how quickly things are progressing through the team, so that they can plan, even if we're not doing as well as we should be, that it helps to know. So that I guess this is all about transparency and communicating better with our customers and just being upfront about how things are going for us at the moment. And so yeah, again, you can use the same sort of search tools to find resource consent decisions. So there's a few things to note. The data just updates overnight, so it's not instant, not quite live, but pretty good. And the management of the consent records is all done very manually. So if the consent planner sends an RFI, they then also have to go into the system and click a box that says they've sent an RFI. So occasionally that doesn't they forget or something doesn't happen for a few days or that sort of thing. So there's just a wee disclaimer there that we get it right in the end, but it may not be 100% correct at the time someone looks at it. And then, I just wanted to talk about sort of potential future upgrades. I've run this past a couple of customers, and it's great, but the first thing they ask for is more stuff. So I just we've just included this little bit here about sort of future upgrades and what we're aiming for in sort of the next 18 months to 2 years, which is a system that will allow for applicants to lodge online and be able to log back into a portal and see the progress of their consent more closely, manage all the correspondence through that customer portal. It will include live tracking, so it'll include the working days. We haven't included that here. And also sort of post-decision compliance monitoring will all be able to happen through that system, and that's sort of part of the digital strategy that Matt and the team are working on, and we're just working on our needs analysis for a system like that, which make incredible difference to us, and we're very excited about it. So we, as I said at the start, we want this to be shared far and wide, so we've got a media release ready to go this afternoon. We have our In the Zone customer newsletter from the planning and development engineering teams that's going out at the end of March, so that'll be included there. And we've also got an In the Zone developer event on the 18th of March, and we'll be giving a similar presentation there so that people know about it. So, yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Emma. It's great. Shane?
Yeah, I just wanted to commend council and the team for implementing technology into a system. How much as a percentage of time would it be taken up on people requesting this information?
Yeah, so I guess there is a little bit of time. We have a duty planner that's available during all council opening hours that would be able to assist with any request to, say, get a copy of the application or decision.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah, it does take time, and if people can self-service doing that's something that we're working towards, and that would be incredible.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
Great job. Well done.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Emma, it's not directly linked to what you're going live with, but on our account, see, it's our page 52, but anyway, it's your rating valuations versus market valuations. I just thought I'd ask this question while I've got the opportunity. So you've got in here, sorry.
That's the next paper.
Oh, it's the next paper. It looked like it was in the same one.
We're not there yet.
No, next. Lydia?
This is great. This is so good, and I think that lots of our residents will appreciate this, and you'll probably appreciate me not having to ask you questions on their behalf. My question is can you see any further detail into this? So for the likes of, I'll use the Darfield Solar and energy storage application, can people see some details in that?
No, not yet, and we would love for that to be the case, and that's what we're working towards. But I guess this will at least allow people to, quite often people know that a piece of land or something's zoned next to them and they're waiting for the subdivision consent to come in, for example, and they have to keep contacting us, so hopefully they'll just be able to have a quick check if they have an address or a legal description or something.
Yeah. And so if they require further information, they can contact
the duty planner. Yep, just via the contact us at Selwyn or the usual phone numbers. Yep.
Cool. Thank you.
No worries.
You, Sophie?
Yeah, kia ora. Thank you very much. This is pretty cool. I'm just sitting there typing in random things. I guess kind of on the back of Lydia's one, when something is publicly notified and you know it says that in your status, I guess it would be really handy at some point to then be able to have a link that takes you to where it's been, so that they can follow through.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of consents where actually it's none of your business sort of thing. But yeah,
that's a good idea, and I don't know if we can link directly from here, but we could put some text up here saying once you get the number, you can go to the publicly notified consent page and find it from there.
Yeah. And the other part was when you showed us how to get there from on the web page there, and it's like right down at the bottom on the right. At some point, it would be, I reckon we could hopefully get the web team to make it a bit more prominent.
Yeah, maybe we can
She
work on
says
that, I'm
hopefully.
sure.
Because otherwise you're going to end up getting calls going, I've heard about this tool.
Yes,
How
where
do I
is it?
find it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no,
Yeah.
great work.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, team.
Thanks, Sophie. Emma, is this the best that any council's done? Who's doing it better, and how do we get to that better space?
Yeah, I've seen every council does it kind of differently. I think Marlborough District Council is the one that where you can access the whole consents file, all the emails between the officers, everything is publicly available. So that's at one end of the spectrum. Some councils publish the PDF monthly reporting that they get out of like a magic-like system on their website. So that's just a PDF document. People can't really do much with that in terms of filtering or that sort of thing. So I haven't seen anyone with a dashboard like this. It's not to say they don't exist. I haven't checked everyone.
Yep.
But yeah, I haven't seen any other councils kind of take this kind of approach where we're trying to be, we realise that we've had some problems with our timeframe compliance and getting consents through the system, and I haven't seen anyone sort of take this kind of lens to it, I guess, where we're trying to be really upfront about that and accountable and working towards improving that, I guess. Yeah.
Is there a commercialisation opportunity for not only what you're doing now, but what you're looking at doing, to think about what we've created and what other councils might then be able to just purchase and add onto their systems from us?
I'm not sure if that's for me.
We can definitely examine that, and if it is an opportunity, we will further develop it.
Yeah.
Thank you. And our website needs upgrading. When that happens, does this just flow seamlessly into the new website? We're not duplicating a whole lot of work that's going to have to then be redone again in 6 months' time?
I don't think so. I think this tool, it comes from Power BI, it essentially draws data directly from Magic and just displays it in a much better way than Magic does. So we can just continue to do this Magic is the system that we use to manage resource consents, and then, as I say, we're looking at options where it's just much smarter, and they will have options as well for displaying this information. So yeah, I'm sure there's no problem there. In terms of, there's been a couple of mentions of the website. Paul and I actually have another plan as well to provide a front page to our website that makes accessing information that people that apply for things like resource consents and building consents, makes it much easier to find where they need to be on our website. So that's kind of like the next thing that we're teaming up on. So hopefully we'll be back soon with an update on that.
Thank you. Grant?
A couple of things. I wonder if the button could be moved from the bottom to the top, because it seemed to be the wrong place for it to be for the customers. You had to scroll right to the bottom to find it. Am I using it wrong? I anticipated I'd be able to go and click on the consent ID and it'd bring up all the details. So that's still to cut.
That's a development down the track. Yeah, we're not just quite able to do that yet, but that's what we're moving towards.
The reason why I say that is yesterday I did dreaded tax, and my Magic filing system managed to lose a lot of our rates invoices from Selwyn. All the other customers, I was able to sit at home and go into ANZ or Farmlands, go into my Farmlands, and you can go and print off your rates invoices direct from. So it seemed like there's a real opportunity for us to move into that space as part of this, where you've got the My Selwyn app and everything is on your My Selwyn app.
Yeah. Hi, Grant. It's our it's a part of our vision from the digital strategy is to provide residents and partners with effectively a customer portal, what you're talking about. So we're actively investigating that now, and I'll give you a bit of an update actually in the next sort of 6 months on that one.
Cool.
Yeah, for timelines for that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Thanks, Grant. Emma, thank you. Sorry, Elizabeth, we're out of time. Appreciate you coming in and sharing that update with us. That's great. Next, we have Chris and Brendan joining us talking about revaluation in QB. Just press the right-hand button on that microphone in front of you, and then everyone can hear. Yeah.
There we go.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. Thanks for having us here today. My name's Chris Rogers. I'm the Operations Manager for Quotable Value, and this is Brendan McCurley. He's the Canterbury Manager. And we're here to talk to you today about the Selwyn District revaluation. Just a little bit on legislation rules just to begin. The rating values are governed by the Rating Valuations Act of 1998, and these are supported by the Rating Valuation Rules 2008, and these give supreme power to our auditors, the Office of the Valuer General, that certify all our values. Rating values are a snapshot in time, and they can't be expected to represent a market value for an extended period. Rating values exclude plant and chattels and trees that are taken out of the value, and they're assessed on a freehold basis, not a leasehold interest. Most importantly, the community set the market values through the sales, and we interpret that, and when we present our values to the Office of the Valuer General, our regulators, for audit, and they certify them. So just a wee bit on the environment we've been operating in for about the last 5 years now. Our auditors have made our life a lot more difficult, which is common tale. So they've introduced here a traffic light system, and this is their traffic light system 2.0 here with a blue and a purple thrown in. So that's on the initial submission of the values, our audit, they will give a colour, and that will be reflective of how much delay or time is required to make those values to a certifiable level. For the Selwyn reval, there was no delay, and we pushed through without delay. So that's a good news story there for us. A bit on the process. It's a pretty big job, valuing 35,000 properties on the one day. So it's a very big project. There's a lot of planning with council, and EXA and the team have been great on the rating team. We cleanse all the sales data, look at all the sales, all the real poignant sales, particularly in the last sort of 12 months, just to see where that market's at. We will analyse all rural commercial sales very detailed. We set the market adjustments, then we validate those values, and we go out in the field. These are online inspections and in the field, and we have a pretty good large contingent of people from the Selwyn District as well working for us, myself included. So I'm a ratepayer, in case there's any hairy questions at the end. And then further market research and adjustments, and then quality assurance processes, which we have taken upon ourselves since our regulators made our lives a little miserable to really improve our internal audit team, or create our internal audit team. And that actually comprises of 3 former OVG auditors. So that's been really well received. Another thing we've done in response to our changing environment is create our own internal mapping system, which is available to council. And that what you're looking at there is that's Rolleston proposed land values against the old land values, and that's a heat map relative to the change in the land values. And on that, a lot of the focus over the last 4 or 5 years has been on the land value, and a lot of the districts are capital value rated. And there's another example there of that change in the sort of development areas around the peripheral area of Lincoln. Just hand over to Brendan now. He's going to touch a bit more on the values. Oh, I've done something there. There we go.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, obviously before we start, we kind of always look at the strategic overview of the district. So your macroeconomic factors as well as your microeconomic factors. Obviously for the Selwyn reval, our valuation date is the 1st of September 2024. So we've moved on a bit since there, but can see here, I guess, at the time of a revaluation, the official cash rate was 5.25%. Obviously, that's been moving downwards since, but the most relevant, OCR level for a valuation date was at 5.25%. On a microeconomic level, I think it's basically for sale on the story is that the population growth has been so great compared to other districts in the area, in the country. The population's up 4% from a year earlier, and we'll talk about it on the next slide as well. It's the fastest growing district in the country, as you will all be aware of that. It just keeps growing and growing, as well as the GDP figure is also 4.1% increase, where the rest of the country is 2.8%. So it's all a pretty positive story for Selwyn District. Other things that we're considering, obviously, as well as population growth, was just the expansion of the townships. Rolleston, Lincoln, Prebbleton in particular. There's been a lot of zoning changes recently as well for Selwyn District, so we've had to factor those changes into our valuations as well as some new industrial zoning along 2 Chain Road there. If we go to the next slide, Chris. This graph here is an overview of the residential value movements. So the orange bar is the capital value, where the blue is the land value. So overall, most areas you can see that we did see increases to the capital values, and that is the capital value is what the property would sell for as at the valuation date, 1st of September 2024. Whereas you can see that quite a few of the main townships, Lincoln, Rolleston, Taitapu, they're seeing quite significant decreases in land value. I guess the story with that is that the previous valuation was 3 years ago in 2021. We had quite a hot market at that point in time. I'll be able to show a bit more detail in a few slides, but effectively, there's now a better supply of sections on the market. The cost to build increased and values kind of came back from the peak and have been a lot more stable. So the first thing where you're going to see a significant change in value is the land value decreasing. Other interesting changes on here, I guess, is if you look at the Malvern sales group, so it includes towns like Sheffield, Colgate, Glen Tunnel, we can actually see quite a big increase in the land values there. The reason for that is basically that we're talking quite a lower base in land values, and we had some pretty strong sales to support that increase from 2021 to 2024 in those townships. That's probably enough for that slide, Chris. And this is just a similar chart. It just shows the average value and the average land value for those areas. So this is the QV house price index graph. If you can see the dark black vertical line, that is what the house price index was at the previous revaluation. So like I mentioned before, we had quite a hot market. We had significant value changes at the previous revaluation, and the market kind of peaked. So the previous valuation was September 2021, by the way. The market peaked early 2022, and from that time it did decrease a little bit, and it stayed quite stable from the early 2022 to now, which has made things a little bit easier for ourselves. Which is, it's good to have a stable market in our situation. Go to the next slide. In terms of the business properties, we've seen, obviously, rents have seen a little bit of an increase, and yields have also increased. So for commercial property, we value them on an income approach. Typically, if you look at things in a vacuum, if rents go up, then values can go up. If cap rates go up or yields go up, then values will come down. But the combination of rents increasing and cap rates increasing has led to most commercial industrial property increasing as well. Commercial has been relatively stable. It's had sharper increases in yields, a bit more risk there. Where industrial is, throughout the country is quite strong, and in Selwyn in particular, it's been very strong. The key story for our revaluation for industrial is the increase to industrial land values. Typically, we normally see quite a big difference in like your dollars per square metre for vacant industrial land for like a large site versus a smaller site. But as things have progressed, that difference is quite a bit smaller now. So but larger sites have seen a proportionally larger increase than smaller industrial sites. But across the board, we've seen large increases there. I'll touch on the actual movements when we get to that bar graph. But I'll just pass over to Chris quickly because I'm a bit of a townie and he knows the rural better than I do. So,
Thank you. Yep, just a little brief overview on the rural side of things. There's a dairy market that's been limited sales on 12 months up to as at date, 1st of September. And just good properties are selling well still. Dairy support, just after the last reval, there was a big surge in the demand for dairy support just to combat those environmental sort of restraints on farming. And that's sort of eased now, and it's a lot more stable coming into this revaluation. And what we're noticing is that dairy land, dairy support, and arable, it's all getting a lot tighter banded together. And there's plenty of evidence on the arable side of some pretty good movement around the Canterbury region. Pastoral is very much dependent on a case-by-case, property-by-property basis, just on whatever their property profile is and how they're performing. There's some people struggling out there. Lifestyle-wise, desirable localities are performing well. This is a wee bit slower market than last time, considerably slower market than last time, and just that further out is a wee bit slower, harder to sell, a little bit less desirable. That's about it there. This is just an overview of the whole revaluation. As you'll see, the capital value growth of 9.9% and the land is 6.1%. The next graph sort of shows which ones stand out there as the big movers, and it's the industrial side. You can see that land value is driving a lot of that capital value growth within there. And utilities have moved up, but the land value has come down. Brendan can explain that one later. Capital value by sector, that's just a split for where all that capital value lies, and as you'll see, it's predominantly in the residential and lifestyle properties across the district, which make up about 85% of the total number of properties in the district. So rating valuation's done a mass appraisal, so every ratepayer has the ability to object to their rating valuation if they think it's inaccurate, and we recommend that they get in touch with us first, because a lot of these things can be sorted out beforehand. They can lodge their objections online at ratingvalues.co.nz or via our website qv.co.nz. That objection window closes on the 14th of March. We've seen nationally objection rates have been coming down over the last year, so hopefully those things that trend continues throughout the district. We'll be processing those objections from March onwards, with every endeavour to get them all done before the 1st of July, when we will use them you will use them to strike rates. So there's those key dates. Effective date was the 1st of September 2024. Owners' notices were posted on the 5th of February, and that objection period closes on the 14th of March. And as I said, these are used for rating purposes from the 1st of July this year. And that's it from us. We're open to all sorts of questions.
Chris, Brendan, thank you very much for the presentation. Interesting data, and appreciate the work that's gone on there. Question from Elizabeth.
Hi, thank you for that presentation. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Right, cool. 3 questions. So the first one is, do people, when they come and object to their QV, is it because they want to increase their QV, because they want to sell their property, or they want to decrease it to decrease their rates?
Great question. It's changed actually over time, of late. Last year, we had a notable increase of people wanting to reduce their rating valuation. Historically, rural and commercial industrial properties want them down, and residential properties want them up. So that has changed of late. Last year it was noticeable that a lot of people, probably around 2/3 I think we landed at nationally, wanted a reduction on the residential side, which was big swing for us. But just, yeah, cost of living and all that.
Yep, totally. All right, second question. I'm going to use this as an example. So 2 Chains Road, which you mentioned, it's been rezoned to industrial. Does that have an effect on those homes that are on Two Chains Road for their QVs significantly from what they were before?
Yeah, but those values they would have seen significant increases to their values, as it was rural before. It's now industrial zoned. Obviously, industrial zoned land is worth a lot more, so the values need to reflect that. So the houses themselves, obviously, or those properties would likely be paying more rates as a result. Probably twofold, to be honest, because one, or what I'm saying, I mean, because your rates are based partly on the value, but also when you've got a property changing from rural to business, typically your business rates are at a higher rate as well. So.
Right. Okay. Given that there wasn't their decision, are those the kind of people that you expect would be coming back to QV to challenge their rateable value?
Potentially, but I believe most of those properties have now actually been bought by the developers. So,
okay.
Yeah, but you would expect if they didn't, they might. Yeah.
Does the third question, does the QV change drastically to match if there's a massive recession and the house prices really drop, like what sometimes happens in Auckland? If we were to see that here, significant drops, does the QV reflect that at that time?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we need to reflect the market as at that date. So, I mean, the case with selling it, we're not seeing that. Canterbury's quite resilient in the property market. We see, values are normally a lot more stable, and things normally trail behind Auckland and Wellington to a degree, I guess you could say. And I can see in the results across the boards, values are up slightly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Megan.
Mine's really quick. It's a process question. So notices were sent on the 5th of February. Objections finished on the 14th of March. Those notices haven't hit all of the letterboxes yet. So what happens in the case where people have not received their notice and it's the 14th of March?
Yeah, I mean, most councils do allow a little bit of leeway there. There is a deadline, but most councils will allow a week or so grace, and obviously there's case-by-case reasons as well, and it's up to the council themselves if they want to accept those objections, but it's up to you guys how you want to proceed, but there's normally common sense type things. If someone hasn't got their letter, then you would normally allow them more time.
Cool, thanks.
Thanks, Megan. Grant.
I'll just ask my first question following on from Megan's. I get asked, how do I appeal? And if I appeal, what information do I need to give you? Do you want supporting information? Do you want an alternate valuation approach? I mean, what is a layman going to bring to QV to get successful outcomes, or outcomes that'll be helpful?
I guess under the Rating Act, there's certain things that the objector needs to provide. Most of it's basically contact details, but they need to provide the reason why, and also what the estimate of value is. And obviously, a lot of people say they're not a value, so how can they possibly give an estimate? But as part of a process, they need to give us at least a line in the sand where they think the value should be.
So it's doable by a layman. They don't need to engage.
Yeah, you don't need to be an expert at all. You just explain your reasoning, and then we will take into consideration what they've said, and we inspect the property and we compare it to the most relevant sales, and we'll reach an outcome.
Second question, if you could bring it back up to you, the revaluation overview slide.
Back. Which one was it?
Page, what's our 67? I don't know what is on it.
Page 8 or 9. Do you want that one?
Yeah, that one there.
Yeah.
The slide we have in our deck has utilities both on the positive side. In fact, we've got the LV at 65% increase and the CV at 52% on our slide that we've been provided. Is that the correct one, is it?
Yeah, we did provide a more up-to-date version yesterday, so that you might have an older version of a slide.
That was my first question. When you see utilities, on our slide, there's a massive increase.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to understand why that would be. So this is, our slide's incorrect, and that's the...
Yeah, this is the correct that's on the screen there, so apologies for that. There is still quite a big increase on the capital values for utilities. I guess the reason for that is basically the cost. The utilities are basically valued on a cost approach, so costs have gone up quite a lot in the last few years, but also the expansion of your networks, so like your fibre, your wastewater, stormwater, the way Selwyn's growing, there's so much more utilities being built, I guess, and the costs are going up, so that's why it's still quite a high increase. I think, and just in reference to that,
It seems quite a bit out of whack when compared to the rest of the revalid, doesn't it? When you see that, it's right up there.
yeah, well, it is quite a different approach. It's like, and again, it's based on more so cost, but also that there's been a lot more built. Whereas, you know, most of the other category properties like residential, rural, commercial are based more on sales.
Excuse me. Is this document just for us, or is it for widespread publication?
The slide, yeah, it's
The document itself that you've given us. The only reason I ask is on your strategic overview page, which is our page 64, strategic overview rural and lifestyle, it calls properties derisible rather than desirable.
oh right.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I think
you might just pay to have another crack at that one.
yeah. I mean, we sent out the version 2 of this yesterday, so maybe we can recirculate that one instead. Would be a better version to send out.
Strategic overview residential, is that the same? Is that slide different as well? Because I was trying to make sense of it. The capital value, like all the ones, the figures look positive, but the end one is negative. The overall effect, that one there.
Yeah, so I guess, well, the end one is, are you talking about the bar at the far right?
Far right, yeah. You see all the positive values, and you go, that's overall should be the average, shouldn't it? You go, how can it be a negative when all the other ones are positive?
Yeah, that's probably just a poor colour colour selection for that graph. So on that very last one, it's for overall movement, which I've made that blue for the capital values, when the rest are all orange. So the positive is the capital values, which is what we're seeing everywhere else, and the decrease is for the land value, if that makes sense.
Forgive me, I'm colourblind, so it looked to me like the...
No, I mean, the colours are swapped, I realise that now. But the column on the left is supposed to be capital value, and the one on the right is for land value. So.
Okay, thank you very much. You've answered my questions.
Thanks, Grant. Deborah.
Thank you. My question is trying to understand from the last valuation that we actually had. One of the common issues was when we had land that was rural but butting up hard against prospective private plan change requests through the district plan, or just couldn't be rezoned. And their valuations went through the roof, basically because they seemed to be assessed on the fact that they could subdivide too, but they weren't party to a private plan change, the request, or their land wasn't able to be rezoned because it was rural 20 hectares or even 4 hectares, but 20 hectares in a lot of the cases. And their valuations went up. One of the issues that we had from a rating perspective was, even though they could appeal, when it came to the valuation of the rates, they still were having to pay the higher value of rates until the next valuation time came around. And I guess I'm questioning the fairness of the process when you as QV get to value rural land, not subdividable, butting up against someone who's got a proposed plan change in that hadn't been heard, or it was butting up hard against a residential area but did not have the right to subdivide.
Yeah, so that was a really big issue last revaluation. What we do is we set the market, we don't set the market, sorry. We interpret the market and we set the values relative to what's happening. And at that time we saw a lot of speculation in the market of people buying properties outside of their zone. And there was a large number of private plan changes. So our view of, at that time, in that really hot market, if someone was to go for a plan change, there was all likelihood they would get approval for that. So that affected the other properties. There was other sales around the area that wasn't within the plan change that were selling for a premium. We did go through this with a fine-tooth comb last audit with the OVG, and a way around this is probably the rating policy on those properties. That's something you could look into for those properties that are outside of that zone. But from a value point of view, we have to look at the market value as at that day and interpret the market.
Yeah, some councils use like a rates postponement policy, where that's the kind of situation where values increase massively because of this market demand. But yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Sophie.
Yeah, kia ora guys, thank you very much for coming. It's quite interesting looking at the thematic map. Thanks for that. I love maps and stats, so that's always good. And the wee green area showing the increase in land value in the older part of Rolleston is quite interesting. That's, yeah, from what I've heard from local residents, that'll be the slide before that one. Yeah. There were quite a few people querying why suddenly their land value had shot up and their houses had decreased to the point where it's like the house is worth 10% of the land now.
Yeah, I guess with Rolleston, overall values did decrease, but
yep.
In that older part of Rolleston there, you've got some larger sites, and with your new medium density zoning that you've got in Rolleston, Lincoln, Prebbleton.
Yep, that was interesting trying to explain that when somebody's like, so you're treating my house as disposable now.
It is quite tricky. I mean, when we assess the values, you've got your capital value, which is what the property would sell for on the market, and then there's a land value, which is what would that property sell for if it was vacant. Yeah. So in those kind of situations, there's not much of a difference when there's a lot of value in that land, because you could knock a house down and build quite a few more houses there under the new zoning. So that's the kind of area where we're seeing the most demand for that, and there is evidence of properties transacting at those kind of levels having been demolished to build townhouse type developments. So
it's understandable. I did have a question as well, like an actual question. This is partly to do with a query that's been back and forth with a particular person, but I know others would probably have it. In terms of the timelines around valuations, particularly for sections that were vacant at the time that they were purchased, maybe close to revaluation stage. Sometimes they're valued at one thing from the previous valuation area, even though the section didn't quite exist, but I understand you guys do that valuation as well. And then they're rated for something that then they find out a few months later has been revalued as less. But they're stuck with paying the original rates until the 1st of July. Now, I know that is the process. My question is actually, have you heard any indications from the Beehive or anywhere that if they're potentially looking at changing any of the acts that govern how this work happens?
The rating rules are under review at the moment, but not the act as such. I would be surprised if that was something that changed though as part of it. It's kind of just it's just how it is, I guess.
Yeah. No, that's okay. I figured I'll ask just because you're here at the time of this conversation, and yeah, that to be honest, I hadn't seen it on any work plan, so I was expecting you to say exactly what you've just said. But thank you very much.
Thank you, and Lydia.
I was just looking at. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my page. It was the strategic overview that had Darfield and Melvin as the average value change. And so I just wanted to confirm that no rural land is included in that Melvin piece.
That's just for average for a residential dwelling, so it doesn't include just what we call a residential dwelling. So your typical house on a typical.
So we can assume with Darfield included in Melvin that the average change for Melvin as a whole would be around that 14%.
Darfield is its own. We've got Darfield's its own kind of sales group, so I don't have the stats.
Do you have a map for Darfield like you did Rolleston?
We could potentially generate one, but we don't have a map.
Don't have one
on hand. So.
Would you be willing to share?
We should be able to do that.
Yeah, we should be able to find
historically because they're now implemented.
It's hard for us to show the percent increase potentially.
Yeah, but we can definitely provide that, I think. Yep.
Thank you. It's interesting looking at the pie graphs and just the change, I suppose, over many years. And if we were to compare 3 years and 6 years and 9 years and 15 and 21 years ago, just how that graph has changed for our district, with now 75% of our district being in the residential and lifestyle. That's quite a big shift. And I remember sitting around this table, Mark Alexander was sitting where you are now, Sophie, I think, and mentioned the 50 when it was 50-50, and it was it might have been 9 years ago we were having that type of conversation. So some dramatic change, and just a reminder, our rating system is pretty simple, and so on its capital value. There's no differential for rural or business land, and that was part of the conversation we had last time we did our long-term plan, was saying ahead of the next long-term plan we want to understand and unpack that and review whether that's the best way to rate our district going forward. So having good, clear information from QVs really helps us understand the data that we would base any decision or discussion around that on. So thank you both for coming in today to present it to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we're on page 74. Cam is here with the team. Martin, Stephen and James, thanks for coming in. It's looking good up there. Perfect. Welcome on, Cam, and thanks for joining us. We've got the papers here in front of us and we've had a chance to read over them, so really pleased for you to run us through that and then talk us through the process and where you're up to now.
Excellent, thank you, and thank you very much for having me here today. Firstly, just a quick introduction. Tēnā koutou, ko tauhunu korokia o te maunga, ko Mahanoi Te Tai, no ko Taranami Ingarani Oku Te Puna, no Matoku Takotako Hau, ko Cam Smith ahau, ko ahau Te Kauni kai hautu mātua o te Rautaki Wai Māori me te whenua ki Waitaha mō te Kauni Hira. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Cam Smith and I am a Senior Strategy Manager at Environment Canterbury, and me and my team are leading the CWM Zone Committee review under the auspices of the Mural Forum. So this is the Mural Forum, Canterbury Mural Forum work program, and led by Environment Canterbury, but very much involving all TAs across Canterbury, and we're working closely with Mana Whenua as well and with our zone committees. We've got quite a bit to get through today, and I will talk through a couple of slides quickly, but particularly we want to be here today to kind of give you an update on where this work has got to at date, where the Mural Forum got to at the November 2024 meeting, talk about the proposed leadership model that the Mural Forum has endorsed to explore further, and then how we're looking to take this work forward to July 2025. I'm not going to go into the next 2 or 3 slides very much because this is a bit of a history lesson, and I'm sure most, if not all of you, will know about the CWMS. You know, it was kind of created because of a number of water challenges that were facing Canterbury back in the early 2000s. Adopted by the Mural Forum in 2009. Key partners include territorial authorities, Ngāi Tahoe, Environment Canterbury, and community and organisations with interests in water also play a key part. And it's some key principles there around collaboration, consensus, subsidiarity, etc. So, and the blue book there on the side is often called the Blue Book, and that's the strategy itself, which has guided a lot of the work that has happened with the communities and the role of zone committees over the past 15 years. But just as a refresher, we've got 10 water management zones across Canterbury. You'll obviously be very familiar with the Selwyn Waihora zone, and Selwyn also supports the Christchurch West Melton zone. We have zone committees across 9 of those at the moment. The Huranui Waiau Zone Committee was disestablished a number of, 3 years ago, but these are the zones that we currently work with across Canterbury. So these have been in place for 15 or so years, and so there've been a number of concerns raised within a number of different forums, including the Mayoral Forum, including within Mana Whenua, including by territorial authorities and some members of the community, that the zone committees needed a bit of a look at. They needed a review because there were some concerns that they weren't quite fit for purpose or well placed to deliver on what we were increasingly asking for them. Zone committees played a very important, critical role in supporting plan making, particularly regional plan making under the RMA through the 2010s. However, they've increasingly been called upon to kind of lead implementation. However, they haven't had the tools enabled to do that. And so, as part of that, the Mayoral Forum initiated a review in late 2023, and it began in early 2024. And Environment Canterbury's been leading that. However, we spent pretty much all of 2024 out there talking to zone committees, talking to Mana Whenua, talking to other community groups to get a bit of an assessment of what's been working well, what hasn't. And then towards the end of 2024, we worked with a smaller working group identified or nominated by both Papatapu Runanga and the mayors. And that had a number of Mayoral Forum representatives, a number of Runanga representatives, and Environment Canterbury Councillor representatives to say, okay, where should we go next? And so that's what I want to talk to you about today. And I am talking through this quite fast because I absolutely want to hear your thoughts. So I want to save time for that because I know we've got about 35 minutes. And so where did we get to in the end of 2024? So in November, a paper was taken to the Mayoral Forum, and this had that paper is available online on the Mayoral Forum website, and it was sent to key parties. Now, what the Mayoral Forum did was they endorsed that zone committees are no longer the preferred approach in some areas while others work well. So this isn't straightforward because we know some zone committees work very well, and if you go and talk to Mayor Mackel up in Kaikoura, he will say, please don't touch our zone committee. But if you go elsewhere, they will say these absolutely need a refresh. And so we're dealing with a little bit of complexity there. But what the Mayoral Forum endorsed is that we absolutely need a model that connects councils and Mana Whenua at the leadership level. And they also endorsed that the CWMS fundamentals and guiding plans remain critical. And so fundamentals, we talked about kind of the principles of subsidiarity and collaboration and consensus building, etc., but also understanding the significant volume of work that was undertaken through the 2010s by zone committees, if we think about zone implementation plans, etc., which really identified the particular issues in those areas, the outcomes that were being sought, and a range of recommendations that need to be delivered on to hit those outcomes. The Mayoral Forum endorsed further work over the first half of 2025 to further refine the space model, and which I'll get to soon. And again, using that existing working group of mayors, Runanga representatives, and Environment Canterbury chair. And we're going to be providing a final report on this to the Mayoral Forum in May 2024. And this will close this off to some extent with the Mayoral Forum, but we're absolutely going to have to come and talk to you again about the Selwyn Wanahora Zone Committee, because that is a joint committee of this council and Environment Canterbury. And so if we are to disestablish and create something new, or to keep it going, it does require a deliberate decision by council. So I will be talking to you again before this is all over. Zone committees and staff at territorial authorities have been updated along the way on the outcomes and next steps. And Selwyn District Council, you are the first of us going and visiting over the next 4 weeks, each territorial authority across Canterbury, to update on this process. And we're also building in Mana Whenua engagement with each Papatapu Runanga as well. So we've got a busy time ahead testing where we've got to and seeking any feedback ahead of next steps. So This is started when we went to the Mayoral Forum. We talked about the need for ongoing local leadership, particularly within those territorial authority, Mana Whenua Regional Council, but also this connection, the ongoing connection, which is absolutely paramount particularly with the local community, but also industry, central government agencies such as DOC and LINZ, etc., and key interest groups. But at its basis, consistent across Canterbury, what needs to look the same, according to the Mayoral Forum at their May meeting, was we need to have those three parties together: territorial authorities, mana whenua and regional council. And we started talking a bit about purpose, but we've been further kind of developing purpose as we go. So this was around kind of priority setting and promotion oversight of action. What we know about zone committees is that through the zone implementation plans, they sometimes identified about 100 priorities or more, or 170 priorities, but weren't necessarily well placed to prioritise or deliver against those with the resources they had. However, we do know there's a lot of, the might of a territorial authority and a regional council combined. There's a lot of ability to drive towards outcomes, particularly if we prioritise and better articulate what are the 2 or 3 priorities that we want to deliver against. So we've started kind of talking about purpose as particularly around connection with all those groups that you'll see up on that page there, but also really being clear around kind of prioritisation, alignment, and making recommendations back into council. So prioritising, I think I've talked about how do we get from trying to weed out what we do across 100 priorities to how do we actually deliver 3 or 4 across the next 12 months to actually make an impact for our community with regard to freshwater outcomes. Aligning work between councils, mana whenua, and the amazing and awesome work that's happening within catchment groups out there, because we know catchment groups are doing a heck of a lot of work. Have been kind of particularly active with a boost in funding over the past 5 to 10 years. And also, although there might be some changes there, we do know there's a lot of kind of community buy into the catchment group approach. So we absolutely need to understand how can we kind of work alongside that and help them do their good work while also using the value of councils and help direct some of that effort. And then with regard to recommending, much as zone committees are now, they're not decision-making bodies. They make recommendations back into councils, back into this council, back into Environment Canterbury and each of the territorial authorities across Canterbury. We don't see that changing. This isn't about providing taking decision-making away from here. It's like, how do we use those local leadership groups to articulate what are the 3 key issues that really need attention from a freshwater management perspective, and then providing recommendations back into councils about how those issues might be progressed. So I'm not going to read through this, but this is how we're starting to frame up some of these draft purpose statements, and we'll be testing back with the Mayoral Forum when we talk to them next. But this is hopefully you've had time to read it. I'm not going to read it now, but this is trying to kind of sell the vision, essentially, sell the dream, what we think these groups could do. And I've already talked about kind of the prioritising, the aligning and the recommending, and just providing a bit more detail for you to read through there. And I'm really keen for a kōrero around whether or not you kind of agree with this, whether or not you think this is a useful kind of iteration of the zone committee approach or not, because that's what we absolutely need to feed into the next steps for the Mayoral Forum meeting in May. But there's still a few key questions that we need to work through, and because those leadership groups look great via a few bubbles on the screen, but there's some key questions that the working group of mayors, Runanga reps and councillors have identified. The first is which scale? Are these a like-for-like replacement across the water zones across Canterbury, or do we look to match up with freshwater management unit areas or district boundaries? So that's something that we have to work through, get some options together for the next Mayoral Forum meeting. There's also a scoping question. The zone committees have been very much focused on delivering towards the CWMS and the targets and goals within the CWMS. And they are very much focused on kind of freshwater management and some biodiversity targets. But there's a question about whether they will focus on biosecurity, natural hazards, etc. I think, from a staff perspective, we think we should be tightening scope to start with and see if we can kind of achieve some real value over the next couple of years before we kind kind of review and look to amend if necessary. But there have been questions raised about how broad the scope of these should be. There's another question around kind of mandate and structure, and should groups remain joint committees of councils or based on something else. So we obviously know the zone committee approach very well now with regard to them being joint committees between Environment Canterbury and the relevant territorial authorities. But we've also got other arrangements in place. Within Selwyn's district, we've obviously got Waihora co-governance. We've got a different approach over in Littleton Harbour with regard to whakaora, and that's a collaborative partnership. We've got arrangements down in the Mackenzie with Mokahi as well. And so we've got these different kind of arrangements. They will have their advantages and their disadvantages. And so part of the work is understanding what works well, what can we apply here, but also how do we align the work of these groupings when we take this forward. And lastly, but very importantly, is how should these groups set wider membership and meeting frequency, etc. So one of the key, so we've obviously talked about this being the base model being the tripartite, 3 groups, but we know that some areas will want to see very formal ongoing community membership within those. And I'm again referring to Kaikoura because they've said we want community membership. And so a conversation with them will be, do they want ongoing community membership at that table? So it might look like very much like a zone committee. Other groups might think that should look different. They might say, well, we want to have kind of periodic kind of engagement with the community to actually understand what those issues are, but it won't necessarily be sitting around the same table as those 3 parties. So that's one of the key things that will have to be discussed by each of those local leadership groups under the proposal as it stands. But there's also things such as meeting frequency, etc. And whether or not it's multiple times per year, how do those meetings look, how formal are they, etc. So these are some of the options we're working through and we'll need to take back to the Mayoral Forum in May, but absolutely looking for any feedback along the way from particularly Papatapururanga and territorial authorities. So the work program through to 2025, I've already talked a lot about this. So we've obviously got the working group. We've got lots of engagement over the next month. At a staff level, we're engaging via the Canterbury Policy Forum, which sits under the Chief Executives Forum and the Mayoral Forum. So that's at the staff level. And we're also having lots of conversations ongoing with zone committees. I was at the Ashburton Zone Committee yesterday fielding a number of questions on this with regard to where to next. But we also know that zone committees have still work in front of them, and so we're encouraging zone committees to keep sitting and to keep working on a number of items here, such as action plan budget allocation. You'll be aware that each zone committee has $50,000 that they allocate towards community projects. We've also got a CWS targets report being produced this year, which updates the community on how Canterbury is progressing towards the CWS goals and targets. That will clearly identify a significant body of work has been undertaken with considerable effort, but it's also going to show that considerable more effort and commitment is needed. And so there's a real opportunity to think about how these proposed local leadership groups can support the ongoing and progressing towards targets. But we're also thinking about how zone committees might actually be able to advise on some of what are those local priorities that could be picked up by these local leadership groups. Here's a timeline. I'm not going to go through that. However, I will just talk through that June 2025 row because there's significant engagement, assessment of options over the next couple of months, returning to the Mayoral Forum for further endorsement in May 2025. And depending where the Mayoral Forum gets, we're then going to have to, we're going to come to each council, which will be more of a formal decision-making, seeking decisions with regard to zone committee disestablishment, new group establishment decisions, if that's where the Mayoral Forum wants to take these as a regionally consistent model. And then the next step would be kind of implementation of those new local leadership groups. Now we know there's a local body election, which we haven't put up here, but that comes in October, obviously. And so there's questions about how do we get agreement to having these new committees in place, or the notion of these new committees, and then do some work to make sure when there's when we enter the new term, we're well placed to set these groups up with information about what some of those priorities might be and how we can drive action and effort towards those. So that is all I have today. That is a really run through it because I really wanted to get there, but I want to open the floor to questions through you, Chair.
Thank you for the overview and for opening that up for us. It feels like, well, we've been involved in zone committees now quite heavily as a council and taken some good interest, but the zenith seemed to be in about 2014-15 and getting the zone implementation plans done and setting the rules and understanding that work. And then since then it's been, that was the peak, and so the refresh is welcome, and it's good to think about how we continue to build on the good that's within them, but also the changed landscape that we sit in now as well. Megan, I wonder whether you would like to share anything to begin with. You're representing Taumutu here, but Taumutu is a key partner to this work, and maybe you'd like to add some things into the convo now?
Okay, sure. Well, I'll just say what I planned to say,
Yeah.
which was, first of all, I want to acknowledge a conflict. Both my father and my son are on zone committees, but I am here to represent Taumutu Voice, so, I can put that aside. Look, since this came up in the agenda pack on Friday, I've made 11 phone calls to find out who's engaging on this kaupapa from a Taumutu perspective, and the people I called were all active people involved in kaitiakitanga for our community, and everyone almost exclusively said no, not engaged. So I would just like the opportunity after here to find out where is the mana whenua voice coming from, so that then I can connect with those people, so that when I sit here, I know their position and why, and I can help to represent that voice, into this district's decision. That's it. That's all I have to say. Sorry, Sam.
And we can follow that up directly afterwards, but if there's some other response you've got, Cam?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have been engaging through this working group, and particularly through Dardanelle McLean-Smith from Waihau and Rick Tainui, because they at Toropitoia through Liz Brown, we identified a smaller number of the call was put out to runanga chairs at the chair level to identify what chairs would like to be part of the working group, and that's where we've got Dardanelle and Rick Tainui's. The next step is to talk to each and every Papatapu runanga over the next 6 weeks, hopefully.
Right, and are those people then talking to the representatives on the zone committee? Because if I think Rick might be, I don't know, but if they're not actually been involved in being a member of the zone committee, then I don't know how that voice is heard.
Yeah, we can absolutely pick this up afterwards if you'd like, yeah.
Thank you. Shane.
Tēnā koe, te rangatira o te mutu, tēnā koe. Man, that was like listening to an audiobook on times two, because that was awesome, so I appreciate the pace. I can also understand the levels of complexity as you work through a number of not difficulties, but challenges, I guess, aligning and trying to bring everybody together in alignment. If we were to, as I understand it, local water done well through its WSDPs will have may give some influence at a regional level. So potentially understanding all of the complexities and parking those to the side for the moment, is there opportunity to use the levers, the levers from central government, the direction from central government to reimagine, to reduce the levels of complexity to get the why done? My question is, why are we doing it? You've mentioned that there are many numbers of priorities. So the top three, as you've mentioned, what are those, and what does success look like? What are we delivering?
Yes, so thank you, and through you, Chair. Absolutely, we want these local leadership groups to identify what the priorities are at place, rather than be kind of determined from Chilham Street or somewhere else in Canterbury. So it's actually articulating what are the key priorities that mana whenua Territorial Authority and the Regional Council representative can articulate. And so, I know if you look down to Waihora, for instance, you can imagine something like that would come up. and then kind of progressing and understanding what other kind of levers that can be pulled. It's a really interesting point, that kind of like where central government's heading, and we've tried to be conscious of that, but knowing that it's kind of moving quite fast as well. But yeah, I look back on the last 3 or 4 years, and we've seen kind of so much change and swings at that central government level, and whether it be Three Waters or whether it be Local Water Done Well, or whether it be MPSFM. To me, that said, we should hold strong for what we're doing here in Canterbury and keep driving that through the CWMS and through the way in which we deal with our community through local leadership groups, and not lose hold of that. And so this is about kind of refreshing, kind of reaffirming, and making sure we can kind of drive that Canterbury approach to freshwater management.
And yeah, just acknowledging everybody's mahi up to this point. Thank you.
Yeah, kia ora, Cam. Thank you very much. And also want to acknowledge Jamie in the room, because she has the joy of facilitating the Selwyn Waihora Water Zone Committee at the moment. I don't know who's facilitating Christchurch West Melton at the moment, but can be a fun job, keeping us all in line. It's really been interesting seeing how this progresses. So I just thought my thoughts around things like the purpose, like it sounds great going for the most urgent water management priorities, but it's still, even in the function as well, very much on freshwater, and I get that that's part of the CWMS, but certainly in our area, groundwater is a big issue as well. And it's never very clear who keeps an eye on the trends, particularly for those, and that does impact people throughout, well, presumably all of the plains-based zone committees. I don't know about some of the others, but yeah, it's that would be interesting to see if there's any way of incorporating groundwater in there. And I'm quite big on context type stuff, so in terms of the scope, I would love to see more information around the other things like land use, because if we're just talking about freshwater bodies, it's quite hard to talk about some of that without knowing what is going into the water, which is potentially what's creating the issues. And yeah, co-governance, I do definitely see the value in still having a strong mana whenua voice in there, but also the community voice is very useful too. I think certainly for our committee, and I'm not entirely sure why, but we often have a lot of lowland people in the community, so I don't know if there's a way of maybe trying to ensure that you get a good spread in terms of, but then you're still limited by who applies. So that's always part of the problem. Like, you can have all the people you like from a certain area, and they might have a broad range of experience, but if they're not actually representing the communities across the entire catchment, then you do have a bit of a limit going on there. But yeah, thank you very much for your work. This is like juggling monkeys. So, thank you.
Do you want to touch on the scope question?
Yes, I'd absolutely say so. The CWMS has been about a water management strategy and supporting the health of our freshwater ecosystems, but absolutely incorporates the impacts of land use on that. So that is absolutely included what we're thinking about here. So if the priorities around particularly looking at a particularly degraded freshwater body, looking at kind of what can councils do, what are catchment groups doing to support land use outcomes, or land use that supports those outcomes.
Thank you. Lydia.
I guess just to touch on sort of where Sophie's come from in capturing the whole piece, or the whole representation of our district, is that, and I know that ECAN's currently doing a bit of a review on what the role of catchment groups holds with ECAN, but I think that's probably a good thing to incorporate into this as well, especially if you look at Selwyn. We already have 6 catchment groups, so you can spread yourself out and get a fair representation of people. And I know that you'd say that potentially there's not the community aspect in there, but I think that that's the easier part to bring into it. And I think that you probably need to, take consideration of that if you're looking at using freshwater management units to look at what your areas are, because the catchment group's already operating in those areas. And so I think that you'd have better outcomes with that if you were pairing, say those groups with mana whenua, and you'd actually have better outcomes and you'd maybe more action and alignment alongside that. So, bringing everyone to the same page would be a good option.
Yeah, and heard very similar thoughts at Ashburton yesterday when we were talking to the zone committee down there, and had a number of catchment groups saying, well, what is the relationship between these and catchment groups? And so we need to kind of be able to articulate that. And Environment Canterbury still working out what is our our consistent approach with catchment groups, because they've been very organic, which is where the value is, but we haven't necessarily been clear on kind of what's our role with regard to kind of liaising and engaging with catchment groups.
Thank you. Deborah.
I have two questions, but my first question, I guess, is one positive from the zone committees was the annual reporting back to local groups with regards to freshwater, what had been done in local halls. And I know in the community that I live in, nitrate trends were actually explained, phosphate, farm environmental management plans, what's the update, giving that feedback to the landowners at that organic level, right? Visiting properties has been a really positive understanding. I guess one of the negatives that I have been on a zone committee was the quick turnover of people on those committees. Some of them were appointed and didn't last longer than 6 months. They moved on. That can be a negative when you've got new people, being taken on. But the reporting back to the community in local halls at that organic level, and supervising or coagulating information from nitrate testing, and a lot of people are going out and doing the nitrate testing now, so I hope there's a positive way that all of these results are being channeled back to Environment Canterbury. So you are building up a picture of what is actually happening, because there's lots of groups out there who are actually doing that testing. And you need to tap into that and build a picture and actually see for yourself what is actually happening. I guess the next question that I actually have is around the RMA Freshwater Amendment Act and your roles and responsibilities from Environment Canterbury under that Amendment Act. My understanding is that when zone committees were first instigated, it was to monitor catchments to get baseline data when farmers were able to, had to introduce farm environmental management plans. So it was understanding what was the current trends of, say, nitrate, how are we improving the situation, and that monitoring needs to actually be shown that it's working. And when I look at the amendments that are going through with the delays, I'm just wondering how successful, has the catchment group actually been in recording and actually reporting back that sort of information, because that's what the community want to hear.
So I think just to address that last question, there's we've got to remember these are joint committees of multi-parties. It's not just an ECAN thing. There's a council as well. And the reporting, I think, has been done very well. There's been annual reports put out around the water. They don't necessarily tell us the story we want about the direction of the quality of those water bodies, but they have been circulated to everyone here. And both in a Selwyn specific mode when they've come and presented to us, and also when we've had the Canterbury CWMS reporting has also come through and showed those results, Deborah. So we probably can't give them to you today, but that has been circulated, and we can find that online if you want to have a look on the CWMS stuff. Nicole?
Thanks for coming to see us. I was on the Selwyn Harborough Design Committee last term, I was on the regional committee, and it's interesting to see how it's sort of progressed as we've gone along. It definitely seemed to be more focus. My first term there was a regional committee, but the regional committees obviously got disbanded. It was an overarching thing, and I think really didn't have much to do other than to see what the other committees were doing. With the zone implementation plans and such like, there's some really good projects in there that for the zone committees to try and get into. But for me, from what I can see, is there's it's actually quite hard to prioritise what to do, how many projects should be ongoing at the same time, and those sorts of things. And it would be good through this process that there is actually some clear way that those sorts of things can be identified, so they're actually can focus on not the whole broad thing of things that we need to look at, like talking about Selwyn Harborough Zone Committee, from what I'd seen, but some real ones that to focus on, then to go on to next ones. Because it was great that the zone committees had so much say, but it's really hard from community perspective, and there's what a number of them are from the community, is to really prioritise which is the best bang for buck. Obviously, there's a limited budget that everyone has, and councils have to facilitate those processes. So this is the main thing that I'm interested to see.
That's very good to hear, because that's exactly where we want to get these new groups, like building off all that significant work that did happen with zone committees, actually understanding the work that's required to actually helping support the delivery of that work, but absolutely prioritising, because it's just not helpful to try and pick or try and progress 100 at the same time. You know, how can we actually deliver 3 within a year and make real kind of visible progress for ourselves and our community?
Thanks, Nicole. Elizabeth?
Hi, thank you. It's been very interesting, your presentation, and just wanted to ask, fits in a little bit with what Deborah was saying. In terms of other groups that are around the district that are doing effectively similar work, or maybe not even the same work, but work that's complementary to what the focus would be here, do you guys already have something in place in which you're able to meet, whether it's annually or on occasion, to sort of explore the different things that are happening and learn from each other, so there's not so much reinventing the wheel?
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question through each year. Yes, most definitely, and that's why we're using kind of the word align kind of deliberately here, and along with kind of connection, like connecting to the existing work that was happening and aligning work of councils, etc., to that. So we're trying to avoid overlaps and trying to kind of fill any gaps and complement the great work that is happening out there. So we're absolutely kind of hoping these new groups will do that, and I think the connection is like, what does that look like? You know, is it like a connecting with groups, you know, a one-on-one, or is it actually holding, you know, a forum at place where you actually look to understand what is the work that's happening across a catchment from the different groups, and then going with those groups, where are the gaps here? Well, what's needed to actually kind of, you know, put this work on steroids?
I was just thinking about when I attended one of the ESAI events, and they'd been doing a lot of work around their water quality, obviously being farmers and planting up the raceways, and I thought that's really, that their research there would really feed into these other groups, and I wasn't sure how much of that information has been at the moment, at this point in time, whether it's been shared.
I was, sorry, just putting my light on because so ESAI apply for funding from the Zone Committee almost every single year. And as a result of that, they come back and give us an update on all the work that they've done.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, thank you very much. Cam, was there anything else you wanted to finish with, or is there anything you thought you wanted to get from us that we haven't given you direction on?
No, thank you. That's been really good. We're always happy to take feedback in any form we have, and for further engagement with this council. We will be back in June, but hopefully also providing those updates via the kind of the mural forum, which I'm sure you do already, and we can catch up on the particular item earlier that I said to follow up on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. We'll adjourn the meeting, and we are back at 1 o'clock with the RMA reform submission. reform submission, and I'll just note I've dropped around on each of your tables a document which is about investing in Selwyn, and it comes from all the work that's been done for the economic development strategy, and I'd just like to thank Sharon and the staff for a really quick turnaround on a document when some conversations in the last 10 days have happened, and we thought let's just make sure we pull together in a really coherent way the opportunity that is in Selwyn. And so Sharon, thank you for that. I don't know if you want to say anything about it as well.
I really want to thank Denise and the team and the background behind why we pulled it together so quickly, and we were always intending to. Sam and I met with John Holt, who is the CEO of Tawhaki, and John is going on a business trip to America, and part of that business trip is around selling and advocating for this district and the Greater Christchurch district. And so we wanted him to have a brochure that he could take with him with regards to showing that we are a place for businesses to wish to come and invest.
Cool. Thanks, Sharon. Okay, we now have the RMA Reform Submission, document 6 on today's agenda. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back after lunch. For those of you who haven't yet had the pleasure, I would like to introduce you to Michelle Flay. She is one of our senior policy planners, and she has prepared this briefing for you.
Kia ora, Rachel. Thank you for that. So the purpose of this briefing is to provide Council with an update of Central Government's Resource Management Reform Programme and outline the forward opportunities for Selwyn District Council involvement in those processes. And we're really keen to seek your feedback on matters or specific points that the Council would like to make in future submission opportunities ahead of time. So just briefly, I'll run you through the resource management reform structure and then take any questions at the end of any specific proposals. So the RM reform is being progressed through 3 phases. Phase 1 was the repeal of the previous government's reform, and phase 2 has 4 distinct work programs. We've got the Fast Track Approvals Act, so that act is now in effect, and the EPA are receiving or ready to receive applications on that. We have the RMA Reform Bill 1, which had a focus on freshwater, and key issues for territorial authorities included the deferral of SNA identification, and also significantly freshwater instruments and plans are not able to be notified until later this year, and that process has subsequently been complete, and all of those amendments have been confirmed. We also have RMA Bill 2, which has a focus on consenting and other system improvements. Selwyn District Council prepared a submission on this and presented to Select Committee, and Select Committee is due to report back on the 17th of June, and enactment of that legislation is anticipated towards the end of this year. Now, the next work program off the ranks is the National Direction Work Program. We're anticipating central government to put that out for consultation in the first quarter of this year, or roughly thereabouts. And this will be the next opportunity for Selwyn District Council to put forward to input into that process. So the National Direction Work Program will be significant in terms of the breadth of issues that it will cover. And it's likely to include, and bear with me because there is a wee list, targeted amendments to the National Policy Statement and National Environmental Standards for Freshwater Management, changes to the stock exclusion regulations, amendments to the National Environmental Standard for Drinking Water, NPSIB changes, and to make consistent and defined tests for extractive industries across different national directions, and may also include amendments to SNA requirements. Changes to the NES commercial forestry, which will reverse changes that increased council's discretion for afforestation, and may also review the slash settings, which potentially has flow-on hazard implications. A new national direction for marine aquaculture, in changes to the national policy statement for urban development to remove barriers for urban development planning and delivering housing, enabling granny flats, enabling papakainga, new national direction for natural hazards, and then a range of changes to NESs and NPSs in relation to infrastructure. It's likely that the national direction process will have a minimum period for consultation, and this is because the government have indicated decisions before the end of the year. So there will be a fast turnaround on the long list of inclusions there. It's also unlikely that we will see words on a page, in particular in relation to national environmental standards. And that's because NESs issued by the Governor-General, and they'll in order for them to draft those national directions, they will require a high degree of certainty from Cabinet. So following on from national direction in phase 2, we will have phase 3, which is RMA replacement legislation, and that's expected to be introduced before Christmas this year and enacted ahead of the next general election. So an expert advisory panel have provided a blueprint to the Minister on what the new acts will include, and that expert advisory panel have been provided with some principles. So those principles include narrowing the scope of effects that the resource management system is meant to control. Will include 2 acts, one focused on environmental effects and the other on enabling urban development and infrastructure. So this is similar to what you saw under the previous government's reform. A greater use of national standards and simplifying council plans, all the things that councils are able to control. And some of the direction from government has been that regulations controlling the interior of a building, for example, are not intended to be controlled by the resource management system. That's to be driven by the market. There will be less of an emphasis on consenting and more of an emphasis on compliance, monitoring and enforcement. There will be a bigger regulatory focus on spatial planning and one plan per region. There will also be a planning tribunal that will be established to manage low-cost resolution of disputes. The new system will uphold treaty settlements, and is intended to be faster, cheaper, less litigious, and essentially narrowing who will get a say on resource management issues. So in order to introduce this legislation before the end of the year, MFE are probably drafting the legislation right now. And other than what I've mentioned, we don't have a lot of detail around what phase 3 and the replacement acts are likely to include. But we do know that the Minister has been delivering more detailed direction through his speeches. And the next significant speech we're expecting is at the NZPI conference at the end of March. So we may have further detail on phase 3 then. And so what do we need from you? And how can council assist in providing useful input into these reform processes? Due to the tight timing that we're anticipating, it would be really useful to know if you have any strong positions on the things mentioned, and whether you would like any of those things definitely included in the submission. It would be useful to know that up front. And we'd be happy to receive any feedback or thoughts you might have via email, verbally, or if you'd like, we could set up a workshop to discuss, noting, of course, that there's limited information out there at the moment.
Thank you for that. Is there a time frame around that extra piece of work you've just mentioned? When would that need to be concluded by? Okay.
So we don't have a lot of details on timing from the government. However, with the national direction piece, we're expecting that imminently. So your guess is as good as mine as to when that will be put out for public consultation.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Are there any thoughts that councillors have on what's been presented and things we might definitely want to submit on? Shane.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, Michelle and Rachel. Do you see the potential for this proposed the bills making life BAU more efficient? Parking everything else aside, your daily role of BAU, do you see an efficiency gain there? Or potentially? I mean, it's hard to say, obviously. But
Yeah, it's hard to say without the detail. However, I think that there is a good opportunity to make better use of standards for things that don't change nationally, for things like managing dust or noise or vibration. So there are definitely potential efficiency gains.
yeah, I appreciate your honesty and feedback. I guess I just wanted to focus on the positive first, kind of thing. But I think we're speaking as tangata whenua Māori, and council concerns may align with regarding the submission would be around weak treaty protections, limited consultation with iwi, and I'll send this through, iwi threats to kaitiakitanga, risk to unsettled treaty claims, the unsettled ones, and centralised decision making, some of the things that align, and at council level it would be loss of local authority, environmental risks, limited public consultation, all of the stuff that we already know. But one of the major concerns is conflicts with the local planning is one of them, and unclear Māori engagement with local councils being inconsistent with the direction that's coming through and our current, how we operate here as a council and all of the good work that's gone into fostering mana whenua relationships and Māori relationships. So as I spoke last week around local water done well, ensuring that we are aligned with anything that goes out in terms of submission, that we are treaty aligned, te tiriti aligned, and mana whenua aligned, and we respect that. So that's my 2 cents. Kia ora.
Oh, it's good that they're going to do a review on Slash. Long awaited. I also wanted to know if that's a part of why the SNAs have been put up for 3 years. And then it talks about, so is it likely that in 3 years' time you're anticipating that councils will then again be identifying significant natural areas? Or is there an indication as to what's happening in that space? Are they reconstituting what will be considered an SNA, or is it just up for debate and it could go either way?
Yeah, so we won't have more detail until the national direction SNA proposal is put out for public consultation. But in terms of the changes to the primary legislation, the RMA through Bill 1, as I understand it, it's a deferral of the what existed as the policy settings. So it will depend on what happens to the national direction between now and in 3 years' time.
Okay. So my other part is, You've got in there the potential for it to impose mandatory obligations and costs with the changes. So the potential to impose, have you identified some areas of potential obligations and costs, or have you also identified any savings? Is there some win-lose situations?
So I guess in terms of the national direction, wherever the national direction directs district plans and requires a district plan review be initiated. So with respect to the change in the MDRS settings, the Bill 2 requires the council to take, will require the council to take a mandatory vote on whether those settings are retained, amended, or disregarded. So should the council decide to change the district plan settings, then obviously there will be associated costs that will flow from that. So when we initiated the MDRS changes, that took roughly 12 months and $1 million. So we've got a national direction package of things with, potentially different plan change requirements. So there are additional costs there. The benefits and efficiencies, there may be some, but we don't know until we've got further detail.
Thank you. Grant.
Good afternoon. Page 91, infrastructure and energy package says provide a consistent approach to quarrying across the RMA system. Given the proliferation of quarries that seem to be appearing in Selwyn, I guess we'd like to pay particular attention to that to make sure that we do get any amendments, or particularly I think we proposed in the last triennium the opportunity for us to collect revenue over the weighbridge. I think whether that can be included in that legislation on a per tonne levy as they drive over the weighbridge gives the council the opportunity to put some money back into the roads, because they are quite hard on roads. The argument will be is that they're paying road user charges already, but you don't ask, you don't get. We certainly asked that question. On the following page, on page 92, talks about farmers or rural landowners being able to build specified infrastructure such as solar farms on HPL, highly productive land. Given the dearth of Class 1 soils, I wonder whether we shouldn't be a wee bit more prescriptive in saying, accepting Class 1 soils or something, because the actual really high quality soils are quite small area, particularly in Canterbury, and if you allow solar panels to go on top, you're probably never going to see it back in highly productive use again. And I think the people we've seen coming and lobbying us have said, oh, we're going to run some sheep underneath it and retain it, which is a nonsense, really. So I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I just think particularly the highly, like the Class 1 soils, maybe we should lobby on that. Not, the 2, 3s, maybe we could let that go, but the elite soils, perhaps we should fight a bee against. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. And it's probably determining here whether is it 1 and 2, but we know that it's not 1, 2 and 3, so that's the...
Particularly the Class 1s, it's not huge hectares, but once it's gone, it's gone.
Thank you. Sophie.
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies. Big change, which is all really awkward when you don't actually know what it is that you're giving comments on, to be honest. I guess my big one is probably going to be around environmental limits, especially in the way that national direction is likely to change that. Because a bit like Class 1 soils, once it's gone, it's going to take you an awful lot of time to and money to rehabilitate it. There's quite a lot on that document around the different aspects, the whole scope of the National Direction Work Programme. Even things like the Coastal Policy Statement, which you wouldn't normally think that we would need to deal with, but Te Waihora, I think, is considered part of the coastal environment, so we do need to comment on that, I think. Just from curiosity, I went and looked up the drinking water one, because obviously we're talking about that at the moment, and the clauses that it looks like it wants to amend are to do with activities above an abstraction point. It's like, oh, okay, yes, we probably want to comment on things like that because we do still have river intakes and that sort of thing. So at the risk of saying too much, there's probably an awful lot that we might not necessarily know right now that we need to comment on, but there may be more because, yeah, the devil's going to be in that detail, isn't it? But, thanks.
Thanks, Sophie. Deborah.
Thanks for putting this understanding before us. It was actually very good to read. I guess following on from what's been said around highly productive land, I guess what I'm trying to understand is that we have restrictions on builds or housing currently under highly productive lands that have to be considered. Is that still in place, or is that going to be moved out and put in the responsibility of the farming and primary sector package that is yet to be put together?
At this point, our understanding is it's staying where it is. That part of the whole MPS HPL is don't start urban development on highly productive land until we absolutely need to.
Right.
Whether class 3 land stays as highly productive or not will be one of those things that's up for debate.
Okay.
But yeah, as we've said, you have got pretty much as much information as we have. We haven't given you a summary. We've given you everything.
Okay, thank you. I just thought, I'm just trying to understand what's in and what's out that maybe I hadn't realised.
Yep.
So, no, I appreciate that.
Sorry, just to add to that. So the information you have that is included in Appendix 2 was directly taken from a letter that Minister Bishop sent to the New Zealand Planning Institute. And I noticed that when the National Direction Cabinet paper was released last week or the week previous, there were some of these proposals have been redacted. So the ones that I covered are the ones likely to be in. And I noticed that the highly productive land section had been redacted from the Cabinet paper. So it is still unclear as to whether that will be in or out.
Okay.
So it's obviously not definite at a central government level.
Okay, I just thought you might have had some better understanding than what I did, so thank you.
Thanks, Deborah. Megan.
Kia ora. So I'm going to give an initial gut reaction and then comments on the specific. But the initial gut reaction is that we're shifting out of an effects management regime, and meaning that things that we determine are valuable are no longer valuable from a mana whenua and from a community perspective. What's right for us here and what we consider are the most the activities that we want to be monitored to prevent adverse effects on people and property and land is a major shift away from that effects management hierarchy. And I go, well, then if you combine it with things like, right, now when you go MPS highly productive land, we're actually going to now amend it to free up highly productive land for urban development. And by the way, we're now going to say that Indigenous biodiversity is not as important as it used to be, and we're going to change all of the freshwater standards and water quality and water quantity and maybe have some minimum bottom lines under a regulation standards, means that we've got to our environment, it's like death by 1,000 cuts, and we are going way backwards in terms of environmental protection for New Zealand. So that's my initial gut reaction. Bad. And then so how do we move this forward? This is what we've got with this government, and we need to actually find a way to engage with it. And I do agree that we need to ensure that Māori voice is enabled and treaty principles and treaty relationships are respected in the process, because that too is currently a death by 1,000 cuts. So support that being included. when it comes to biodiversity, it's a little bit interesting, right? So there's all these public statements going, right, SNAs, we're going to delay them. However, at the same time, if you actually read the NPSIB, it says that there now needs to be a Canterbury biodiversity strategy that district councils or TAs must give effect to. So a little bit sneaky, a little bit tricky. Everyone's thinking SNAs don't exist. Well, that's not quite true, because they could be in a regional framework that does require them. Just because central government doesn't require it, because it's not politically popular, doesn't mean that it goes away. And it certainly doesn't go away for Selwyn, because we've got it in our biodiversity strategy that will continue to value and map SNAs. So, so there's little tricks in there, right, that you need to be over to really recognise where the real harm's at. And I see that as a bit of a distraction, because we might still have some Indigenous biodiversity protections in there, just framed in a different way. And so I'd really like to see us focus a lot on what's right for the water. So that would be the most important thing from a mana whenua perspective, as anybody would know right now who's tracking the freshwater case. So, but I'll provide more detailed feedback later. I just wanted to share my gut reaction.
Thanks, Megan. Malcolm.
Yes, following on from what Megan's just said, effects to water are going to affect us greatly, as we had a presentation here at the council last week. We know that nitrate levels are rising incrementally, and the check is in the mail for the last 10 years of intensification. The minister did say at a meeting, Minister Brown said at a meeting I was with last year, that they were going to change the water regulations, and from what I can see, they're going to dumb them down. So it's going to allow more permissive uses. So I think we have to keep a very close eye on that, whatever they do within this new regulation, because our people expect us to do so.
Thanks, Malcolm. You had something else, Megan? No. I wonder if one of the other points needs to be around, if we're talking regional planning, and it's been something that, particularly the sub-regional spatial planning, I suppose, that we've done with Christchurch and Waimakariri, has been pretty central to our own growth and decision-making locally. But what was never really settled was, even through the last RMA proposed changes, was who is going to own the structure of decision-making for regional plans, and is that going to sit under or within a regional council, or is that about TAs all working together, or is it about just stitching together what's currently existing and everyone does their own thing and hope it matches up somewhere? Like, so there's just a clarity around how that's going to sit. But particularly, who's the final decision maker in a regional, on a regional plan, would be good to know where that sits as well. This is one of those reforms that has major consequences for each council. If it was not a role of this council to have a district plan and to make any decisions then under that district plan through any other resource consents, and we're also governments wanting to talk about building consents moving, water's the big conversation as well. It's a disestablishment of local government through multiple means, in what seems like a really ad hoc, unplanned way, which could have disastrous consequences for local communities, rather than thinking about the total plan of the future for local government, and what local communities are going to retain as their own local voice, rather than just the current system of over-centralisation that we have as a country. So I don't know how we pull that in, but I just feel like if we miss the governance piece and the decision-making stuff, then that'd be a loss as well. I also wonder whether there's something we should say about the transition to the new system and how we get from where we are now to there, and over what time frames are we expecting things to move, and how do all of the commissioners that are currently up to date and ready to go on all the current legislation move into the new space, those sorts of things. Did anyone else have any other reflections as others spoke that they think would like to be raised? Elizabeth.
Yeah, you've got in here nice 3 simple words: simplify heritage management. I wonder if you could embellish that for me, so I have an understanding of what that terminology means.
So my understanding is when we're talking about simplifying heritage management, there's two of the work streams that would be involved. So the first is through Bill 2. There is going to be a process within the primary legislation, so in the RMA, to delist heritage items. Those applications to delist, as I understand, would be made by a council. So not anyone could apply to delist, but there's more structure around that process. And then in the National Direction Program and the housing package, they're also going to include direction on heritage listings. I'm not sure of the detail of that, but I imagine it is in relation to delisting, which the government have identified as an issue.
Thank you. Lydia?
I feel like there's a lot to unpack in this.
Yeah.
And I guess asking for some direction from us, now is actually quite hard unless we go through everything line by line. So I don't know how you want to get feedback from us, but unless you want us to go through an email list to you.
Email or happy to meet face to face. Yep.
Yeah.
However works for you.
Okay, cool. I can do that.
Thank you. Sophie?
Yeah, I guess just another reflection is more along the lines of, you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to make things simpler and nice and standardized and efficient, except that it doesn't take local needs and local environments into account if you do that. And I guess I can't remember what we were talking about earlier, or maybe it was last week, around how sometimes the current way of having to apply for a consent, even though it should be straightforward, can be quite time consuming for everyone. I feel like the other way around would be the case with this, that somebody would ultimately get a consent, or you wouldn't even need a consent, it would be permitted activities, but then you'd actually be fighting to put conditions on there, and then that would be the thing that causes you the time delay and the legal battles, would be actually trying to protect something like an old building. Oh, well, I'm allowed to just knock it down or change that wall around because I want to, it's mine. That sort of thing. I guess, that's where it feels like that's going. But the only other thought I had was that some of these potentially might fit within having extra discussions once they're released in some of the subcommittees, rather than having to wait for a briefing day or a workshop day or a council meeting day. Like some of them, if you end up with a tight turnaround like we've had for some of the other things recently, make use of all of the different ways in which we discuss stuff, I think, and the other ways in which we can, like for instance with the last RMA bill, we did a lot of that at Housing and Urban Development, and then that didn't, we met the timeline a bit more easily that way around. So, yep, got it.
Thanks, Sophie. Shane?
Maybe just one last thing. You might want to put in there how, maybe read how big things get done. As advised by Rex Williams, Abraham Lincoln said, if I was given 4 hours to cut down a tree, I'd spend the first 3 hours sharpening my axe. And it's certainly, from redacting stuff and knee-jerk bills and amendments, that's certainly the path that we're headed down.
Sorry, I'm just wanting to know, who do we send the email to?
That would be me. Yep.
Name, please?
And you have my email address.
Where?
So in the previous submission, I sent the email out. I can get it to you if you don't have it.
Thank you. Do you want to just, is there anything else that you'd like to leave with us as we consider this? Obviously, the more information will come over time. We look forward to the next speech at the Planning Institute. Is there other things that you just want us to consider or take away from this conversation?
Thank you, Councillor. Well, today was mainly an opportunity to socialise the changes, so that when we do come to you with more detail as we get it, it's not the first time that you've seen it and you're trying to figure out where it fits in the whole picture.
Okay, cool.
So, so as we get more stuff, we will most certainly come to you using the most appropriate methods given the time we have available at that time.
Thank you. That brings us to the conclusion of the public briefings today. Thanks everyone for being part of those. Councillors, we are next door now for the area plans workshop.